Good morning, everybody. We are just doing a very brief opening where we would like to thank very much Region Värmland and the University of Karlstad for being so kind to host our eighth AEBR cross-border school. On behalf of AEBR, welcome to everybody and thank you very much. And now I will pass the floor to our co-organizer, Emmanuel Brunet-Jailly.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So I'm Emmanuel Brunet-Jailly. I'm the lead for this Borders in Globalization network. It's made up of colleagues, actually not just academics, because half of the research partnership is with organization with the AEBR. We work in the Arctic, and we work across the world in Latin America, in Australasia, in Asia, in Africa. And we have a big network of scholars, obviously, to do this. And we work around 6 different areas. I'm not going to speak for even 10 minutes, but we work in 6 different areas that have to do with borders. So we look at the history of borders. We look at cultures in borderlands. We also look at how borders are governed. So we look at the governance. We look at trade issues across borders. We look at ecological issues and at security issues. And so today, most of the work is about security issues, and I'll detail this a little later. And with that, thank you very much. I'm delighted that we've been able to organize the school here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And as some other colleagues, thank you very much for making such a long trip to stay with us with a few hours. Okay, we would like also to thank you very much our proper host today, physical host, which is the University of Karlstad. We are creating, I think, a very interesting network of universities. So we are very pleased to give the floor to Mr. Leonardo Iwaya, who will make an opening on behalf of the university.
Hello, my name is Leonardo Iwaya. So please be welcome to the sunny city of Karlstad. Karlstad University is a quite recent university. It's completing now 25 years this year. And I'm representing here the computer science department, but there are many other departments that are quite front runners in research here in Europe and also globally, like business and administration and so on. So we also have some of our compare partners here. We do a lot of collaborations, which I will also talk. And yes, just be welcome. And if you have any questions, anything about the university that you need some guide, I'm the one that you can talk to.
Thank you very much, Professor Iwaya. And then last but not least, we will give the floor to the region, to Värmland. With us, we have Erik Evestam, who is also the president of the Regional Development Board of the region. So now the floor is fully yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I have maybe. Okay, I have the honor to welcome you to Värmland. You said president, and I think I wrote president, but chairman is what president in this. I think it sounds nicer, right? Yes. So now I'm president of Region Värmland, a part of it. And we have some slides to it too also. As I said, it's very nice to have the honor to welcome you to our region. I hope you have a nice day so far. I am a politician, but I try to keep myself short, if that's possible, so you can go on to the rest of the schedule. Can take the net. Okay. So here we are. Värmland is located between 2 growing capitals, Oslo and Stockholm. And in this area, business is growing on the sustainable level. And we like to see this as a part, in a region, that likes to have a great success for businesses in the sustainable area. Because we are focusing on growing part of the bioeconomy. And as we said in our vision for Region Värmland, we like to have a sustainable Värmland that changes the world. And this is how we look. We have 16 municipalities, around 283,000 inhabitants. We have the Great Lake in the south. I hope you will able to see it, because it's a very big lake, and we have 22,000 islands in that lake. And as you will notice when you leave this region, it's a lot of forest. 70% of the land is forest, and that is a great resource for us in the when we work for sustainable development. We need that forest. We need to use it. And you're here in the regional capital of Karlstad and on Karlstad University. Oh. Okay, we're moving the same slides here. You're in charge. We'll fight. As I said, we have strong industry sectors and key clusters. Forest-based bioeconomy, that is our main focus. Of course, we have the forest, so we have to use it. We also have advanced manufacturing and steel industry, and that is a great tradition here in Värmland that we are very good at. We are also trying to find our way in health innovation. It's a very important issue for us, as I think for everyone, to be better at that, because we have a demographic. More people are getting old, less people are going to work, and we have to we have to solve that situation, and we are thinking that technology is a great deal in that development. Also, we have a destination industry and culture. Of course, when we have a great forest land, we like to use it for businesses also in the destination industry. We also work with resilient societies and innovations and international research on service innovation. I would like to have this one. This is what we do in Region Värmland. We have the health and healthcare. That's the greatest deal of it. We have Daniel here ahead of our healthcare. That is, I suppose that you know, it's a great challenge in every way. We also have a responsibility for public transport, only here in Karlstad and all over the region. And then we also have culture and education. And then we have region development. That is my responsibility, and that's the fun stuff. We work with the really fun stuff, like being here today. And region development, that is about everything. It's working together with the businesses and also working with issues like infrastructure, broadband, energy. Energy is a part of... Oh, you're a little bit too fast there. We are online also, so there is a little bit connection there. But region development, as I said, the energy sector is something that is growing on us. We need more electricity due to the changing of the industry when they change from fossil fuels to mostly electricity, and then we need more electricity, and that is a great challenge for us to kind of take care of that. We didn't practice this, you know, notice that. It's okay. I think I just have one picture left. No. No, I think that's it. So, bioeconomy and energy is two of our greatest challenges. And I think that I would like to enjoy to participate in this school a couple of hours here during this day. And then I think that you are going by bus to Trysil. and then you will see a lot of forest. I think that Helmik is going to tell you about every tree on the road. And you will see mostly part of Värmland during this stay and this trip. And I hope you will come back, because this is a nice place to stay. Again, welcome here.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Is the microphone working? 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, I use the hand microphone. Okay. What about now? Okay. So it's me again. I will talk about the privacy and security research group, which I'm as part of the computer science department here. And security-wise, I will talk about cyber security, right? Not so much the physical part, but so my name is Leonardo. If you have any questions, you can also contact me via email. Just feel free to reach out. Now I'm trying to use this. It didn't work. I can also, yeah, maybe just press the button from the mouse. If I mean, yeah. So we are a significantly big group. We have 3 full professors, guest professors, many docents, PhD students, many industrial PhD students that we have more recently, so working directly with companies, which is quite good to have that reality check when we do research and really have high impact things going to the market. I'm representing today Simone Fischer-Hubner. She's the head of our lab. She's not here physically today, but to some extent she's here because she's in the banner there. You can see a picture of her with 2 of my former PhD students, colleagues. So she's always here with us to some extent. Yeah, we can, yes. It works now? Or? Okay, perfect. Our group has 3 core research areas. One is usability, making sure that if you have any security or privacy appliance, that people can actually use it, because it's very easy to misuse and have mistakes when using cybersecurity and privacy tools. So we deal with usable privacy quite extensively. But we also work in privacy enhancing technologies. Here you have organizational and very technical controls, cryptography involved, and network security, security of communication, and things like that. We've participated in many EU projects, many local Swedish projects in the past more than 20 years since privacy and security group has been founded. Two projects that I could mention here more briefly that really deal with this building a cybersecurity capacity in the region. It's the CyberSec Swedish industrial graduate for cybersecurity. We have a consortium of universities and companies, and we are doing research like hiring PhDs and doing their projects together. And then there is also the cross-border cyber capacity, which maybe Ingrid is the best to talk about, which is also about not only fomenting cybersecurity at a university and industry level, but since from the basic education, I think it was really interesting to have interaction with high schoolers and see that they are so excited about going to the cybersecurity field. Actually, here in Karlstad, cybersecurity was ranked #1 among the students when they think about going to computer science, information systems areas. The Cyber Campus is one big project that has been established here in Sweden with many universities. And it's basically this coming to the realization that the universities alone cannot tackle the cybersecurity challenges that we have as a country. So there needs to be cooperation among the universities and also industry partners. It's a quite big investment that has been done since last year, and they will put another around 40 million added every year for this consortium of universities. And we are actively now hiring PhD students, postdoc researchers. There is a physical cyber campus facility in Stockholm too that is shared among the partners and organizations. So that's one of the projects that Simon was actually one of the founders of the Cyber Campus initiative here in Sweden. So it's quite near and dear to our heart, the Cyber Campus here in Karlstad. I would also invite you to 2 events that are happening next month. One is NordSec and Cybersecurity Divas. So if you want to know more information, you can also follow us in the LinkedIn page or our website, and you'll see more about these events. How much time do I still have? 25? Yeah, so if you need me to stop, you tell me to stop. Now I'll talk about the research that I have been doing. I do cybersecurity and privacy in healthcare field. And some of the studies that I've done is targeting mental health apps that were quite highly used during the past years. They continue to be used more and more, right? This is the scientific publication if you are interested in knowing all the details. I like this type of research because it really gets the students hooked into the cybersecurity, right? Really doing this ethical hacking part, getting hands-on experience and kind of getting your hands dirty in the cybersecurity field. I have a quite good response when I have this type of projects with the students. And that's why I also like to do it. And I see like, if you really want to build cybersecurity capacity, we have to involve them early on, and also during their education at the university, convince them to come to cybersecurity, come to privacy, let's deal with this type of problems. This paper was published in 2023, but one of our master's students just published another paper that's a similar type of study. So last month it was accepted. So it's nice to see that they have so much like interest in doing this type of research. Now he's working for Bofors in the defense industry. Okay, I was doing research specifically on mental health apps. I think many of you might have come across like an anxiety app, a depression app, a meditation app, these that are becoming very, very popular, especially after the pandemic. I'm not sure if you have very quick eyes and you saw something that caught my concern when I was researching, is this part here. So if you see there is in the news, I have a penguin in my pocket, which I confident all my feelings and fears. As a privacy researcher, it's like, oh my God. So you trust this app very much like you would trust a friend or a therapist. Like, what's the consequence privacy-wise of using such apps, given that they are basically free, right? So who is paying for the app? So this becomes quite a interesting topic for me, at least in the part of cybersecurity. If you think about, that's a very simplified diagram. If you think about how these apps work, you have a user that has the app on their phone, and these apps talk to a certain company that provides the solution. But it might be that it goes direct to cloud services that are completely separate, right? So there is a lot of levels of control here. Maybe at this level, the user has some control. As soon as the data start going to the Google's and Microsoft's services, the user loses control over their data, and the developers, the companies also lose control. So when you deal with mental health apps, it's like, it should be considered high risk, right? And if you're gonna use Amazon, Firebase, Facebook, Google, it should be very, very carefully chosen, like each of the APIs. So that's what I like to just emphasize. When we do analysis, we try to go through all types of privacy threats. I will present some in the presentation, but you don't have to go crazy about it. And if I'm talking too much technical stuff, you can also look at me with a sad face and I will stop, I promise. I will stop. So to do this type of analysis is the ethical hacking that I was talking about. So you come with a methodology. We're going to select apps that are highly used, top ranked in the globe. And we're going to go through a battery of tests, penetration tests, security and privacy tests with many different tools there. Many different tools there. And for each of these tools that we're doing penetration tests, we compile a list of problems that we find, and then we start enumerating them exhaustively for each of the apps. Our third step is responsibly disclosing this to the companies, so the companies know beforehand that we found problems, so they have time to react. Normally, we give like 3 to 6 months for them to react, and then we can publish the results. Normally, we still publish de-anonymized anyway. But that's an overview of our methodology. I mentioned that if you really want to think like a privacy professional, you can also use these taxonomies. I'm not going to go crazy about it, but there is one that's very famous called Lindum. And if you're interested, you can see it's basically they use a tree of threats, so you can exhaustively enumerate the threats in different categories. It's quite useful if you are not that savvy yet. So for the study that I presented, we had 27 apps. They are top ranked, as I mentioned. It means that have been downloaded at least 100,000 or more, each of the apps. So we wanted to select the ones that are high quality, and that if there is an impact in cybersecurity and privacy, there is a large user base that will be impacted, right? There's no point evaluating an app that has been downloaded just like 50 times. So that's our approach. And among these apps, you have several mental conditions that they are covering, like anxiety, depression, but also suicide ideation, self-harm, PTSD, addiction, and so on. So these are very serious mental health apps. They're not just a meditation app that helps you with background sound, you know? They can be quite serious. So they should be considered high risk. To me, like from the beginning, they should be considered as high risk. Just running one of our most basic tools, we find that these apps, this is called Mobile Security Framework. We found that from the beginning, this is something that takes 10, 15 minutes for a developer to run and get a compilation of the most critical things. 74% of the apps were categorized as critical risk, which is like, oops, that's a problem. We need to look further. And 15% is high risk. So just by running these two, MobSF, we already got like raised eyebrows all around because, okay, if the tool that's one of the most basic is pointing to common problems, very fundamental, elemental problems, we have to attack the apps even more with more different testings and so on. Some of the findings that I can mention, a lot of them use dangerous permissions. So it means that when they are running in your mobile phone, they're using more permissions than they should. Like, why would an app need the microphone if it doesn't use the microphone? Why do they need access to all your media and photos and videos? Why do they need access to external storage if they really don't save that much information? So we found that it was all of these apps use these dangerous permissions, and we investigated to see if there is a purpose behind it. And most of the time, like every app had 2 or 3 permissions that had no purpose behind it, really. It's just like over privilege. We also found a lot of, this is maybe the more technical part, a lot of cryptography done wrong when they are implementing, because we can reverse engineer the code and see what type of cryptography they are using in their source code. And we see basic problems that we teach our students. Please don't use this cryptographic cipher because it's broken since like 2000, or don't use this combination with this encryption mode and so on and so forth. So we still see rather high prevalence of this type of basic security problems. Here is an example of using a randomizer that's not safe enough. So for cryptography purpose, these random numbers are not safe, or they are not secure, and so on. A lot of these apps, they also hard code sensitive information, like the servers that they are accessing, credentials to access the servers, like which we call API keys, application programming interface keys. So sometimes it's not so sensitive. If you have like, Google has a service called Crash Analytics that helps you to report if the app crashes. You will save the logs, and then the developers can read these logs and see what happened. It's not so critical if someone gets a hold of this information, but it's still like, you can still start sending garbage to this service if you know the keys, you know the API keys, and then you can consume resources that the developers will have to pay, right, for these type of services. We found also basic problems that they were, when transmitting over the HTTP, if you access any website, you see that you access HTTPS, something in the URL, right? So if you put in the URL information like that, many of the network equipments and things in between your computer and the server might be able to read this information here, especially at the server side. So if you put information in this URL, at least at the server side, you're going to start logging this, and you have personal information. Now you are logging personal information in your server, and you just lose control as well, because it's not only in the database, it's also in the server logs. And who is accessing and dealing with these server logs? Another thing, if you look into the network traffic and how the apps behave, it's quite easy to see that it's a journaling app. So you can infer that this is a service for probably mental health. You're doing journaling for yourself. and you can track the extract this information from the web traffic logs. It's quite simple. So that basically means to me is like, if suppose I have a mental condition, I'm dealing with suicide ideation, and I installed an app about suicide ideation in my phone. Just this information, they don't need to know my name. They don't need to know where I live. They just know that this phone has a suicide ideation app installed. That's, for me, my point of view, privacy-wise, there's already enough leakage of information, right? They know that this user deals with mental health problems that can be quite severe. So you don't really need to go too far to start linking the dots and linking the information and being able to at some point expose the users. Here's also some examples where they are sending personal information for these cloud provided third-party services. So we can see the logs and see that their email are being leaked to these services, and they don't really need the email. They could use just like a random ID or something like that. And even when they use pseudonymized random IDs, anonymous IDs, it is still very easy to link all this data. If you have access to the traffic, you can see that this is all pointing to the same server, and all these connections are using the same anonymous IDs. So you can start linking it across platforms. So there's also a very hard problem in terms of privacy, because people normally don't use some anonymous communication channel like a Tor or something like that. But this is also easy, trivial to extract. And we saw that there are the most common third parties that these apps were using are expected, Google Crash Analytics for Branch.io, which is more for advertising, Facebook, which is also more for advertising. So why these mental health apps really need to rely on advertising as a revenue stream? It's like maybe that's not the best way to go. So we see that, to the very least, this should be very clearly communicated to the users, right? That when they are using the apps, they are being profiled, and they are being profiled for advertising. Maybe that's why, if you are using, maybe you experience that. You're using an app, and then all of a sudden in the Instagram or Facebook, you start seeing ads about the same app or about competitors of that app. It means that they know that you have a particular interest, and they can start targeting on different social media platforms, right? So it's not interesting, right? To let people know, like Facebook know that I was using a mental health app. It's to me, that's not fair for the users. Yeah, at least if they're not fully informed about it. And then even inside the mobile phone, you also generate a lot of data. Even if you're not sending information out of your mobile phone, the app also generates what we call logs, system logs. And these system logs, if you're not securing, configuring your device appropriately, it means that all the other apps have access to these logs. So now, basically, if you have Instagram, Facebook, Google browser or something, they will have access to these same logs, that they can see what you're doing when you're using the mental health apps. So some apps had these problems that they are logging their operations inside the mobile phone, which can, again, becomes another data breach. We also try to decrypt all the information that the apps store inside the mobile phone. And basically, we didn't have to decrypt, because most of the apps, they don't encrypt anything. So we can see just a lot of plain text information that's saved in the phone, and sometimes saved at external storage, which means that all the other apps have access to this external storage. Is not only for the app. So we see basic problems that we also tell our cybersecurity students to not do, especially if they're dealing with mobile health, mental health applications. One thing is if you have just a step tracker that you are saving information. Another thing is if your mental health journals, right? And we also examined the privacy policies to see how transparent these apps are when they communicate to the users. And we see a lot of unfair clauses in the privacy policies, where the most common is this contract by using, which is completely unfair. In my point of view, you need explicit consent if you're processing mental health data. It should be fully informed, explicit consent, not just like, you install the app, now we can collect everything we want. But contract by using is one of the most common types of unfair clauses that we saw in the privacy policies. But there are more like unilateral change. I can change, I don't have to notify you, you just have to deal with it. Like, also very unfair from consumers' rights standpoint and also privacy. How much time do I have? 10. Oh, okay, great. Then we have time. Yeah. And as I mentioned, we do the responsible disclosure, right? We compile a list of all the problems we find, and we communicate to the software developers, data privacy officers, like, hey, by the way, we examined these in a research project, and here's a list of all the problems we found. And then we have like 74% of non-replies at all, right? In all fairness, they are not obliged to reply to responsible disclosure. But there are some that replied, which is quite interesting to see that they go point by point in what we compiled as problems, and they explain how they are going about to solve it. So this is very good for us researchers to know that something has a real impact in the software developers. And we also got some feedback that they appreciated it because it's a very well intended. We don't publish the company names, right? We publish the overarching findings, like what the prevalence in the whole group of the 27 apps, but we don't single them out like, this company is bad, this one, because then it's very unproductive as well, right? Because it's not a win-win situation for anyone. Some of the recommendations here, I'm not going to go through all of them, but if you're thinking about cybersecurity and capacity and having to renew and be agile in this education process, people that are already working and they need to get new abilities, we really need to be, when talking to software developers, be aware of this unskilled and unaware. I don't know how many of you know about this Dunning-Kruger effect. Have you heard? Yeah? So this is something that maybe Dunning-Kruger effect is when you lack a specific skill. And because you lack that specific skill, you overestimate yourself, thinking that you are above the average. It's like if I'm a really bad driver, and then I think, no, I'm an excellent driver. It's like why people that really lack the skill overestimate so badly their level of ability. And maybe you wouldn't overestimate your security proficiency because you were maybe not computer scientists. But a lot of computer scientists, people that learned about coding, know more about the platforms, they tend to overestimate and think that they solve the security and privacy problems, right? It's a quite interesting phenomenon that you see in the security and privacy. And when you talk to software developers, you're really like, did you really look into this app like carefully? Do you really know how to encrypt the data, how to set configurations? Then they, maybe I don't know, right? So this is something that we have to be persistent. When we teach our students as well, we have to make them aware that here you have just the basic information about security and how to do it. But when you go to industry, know that this is the very basic. This is like a grain of sand. You still have so much to learn, right? So this is one interesting thing. And another thing that I find particularly important is that the health practitioners, they need to also step up a little bit and say, like, we need to recommend reputable apps, right? Apps that we did a quality review and that we know that they are secure, and then we can start recommending. That would be very interesting from the user side because they tend to be the most misinformed. So having these apps that are certified or recommended by mental health practitioners, I think it's also one way to go. With that, I think I open for discussions and questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. My question has to do with privacy and the data that's collected. You talked a lot about the apps and how they collect the data, but that data, once collected, moves to various places, including different jurisdictions, crosses borders, et cetera, stored elsewhere. What rules apply to that data once they actually cross international boundaries?
Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot give legal advice. From what we talk to the software developers, this is one question that we normally ask, like, where you store the data? And if the app is provided here in Europe, we hope that it's in a server here in Europe, right? It's not really going to US. Because if it goes, then you have a problem, because in the US, if the government wants, they can just like press the companies and ask for the data, right? And they don't have to notify the users about it. The companies just need to comply to security reasons from the government. So this is one of the things. Some of the apps, they put it in the consent form. Your data is going to US. You should be aware of the US regulation. And then the user like, okay, do I have a choice, really, right? But for the software developers, we normally, if you stay inside Europe, you are GDPR compliant, and you also reassure to your users that because the European regulation is a little bit stricter than the constellation of regulations in the US or North America, for instance, that you're going to have more due diligence when storing data. But the companies, they can transfer data, right? They will be non-compliant to some degree if they're providing a service in Europe and then they just start transferring data to US or other countries. They will be non-compliant. So the data protection authority should action them. They could still make this abundantly clear to the user, so then they don't become non-compliant. Yes.
I also have a follow-up question. I thought the last slide about who should think about what. So I'm curious, did you do some kind of follow-up or check how much of those apps, specifically because it was like 1 million downloads, how much of those are actually recommended by health practitioners? And have you considered maybe building upon that one and focusing on maybe creating some kind of quality assurance of health practitioners should feel, okay, this I can recommend? Because I don't think they sit and think about privacy if someone has said this app is safe. Yeah,
Yeah, no, we didn't do this specific type of follow-up. What I can say is that some of the apps, they were like provided by a mental health association. I'm not going to name any of them, but there were some therapy apps that they have a healthcare organization behind it. So this is kind of the type of recommendation that already helps. But there were, most of them, they are developed by independent developers, right? The companies that are putting in the market their app, another solution, and these really need to be quality reviewed, not only privacy-wise, but also, are they giving evidence-based information there? Would the therapists agree with the information that you provide in the app, and also the security and privacy, and if they are compliant and so on? But that's a good idea to have as a follow-up.
Thank you very much. I think you addressed a very interesting question in the very beginning when you said who paid for them. So who made all these apps? And is there a pattern to it? Can you see something? Are there like 20 out of 27 have links to China, or the developers are also doing work for these companies? Or is there a pattern to, can you see anything?
Yeah, we didn't see the links to China or any other type of state like that. But the pattern that we see is that you have these companies putting the apps in the market, and they want to provide a solution. They When I talk to developers, they're very well intended and they have this motivation of helping people to deal with mental health problems that maybe sometimes they themselves had. But the problem is who pays for the service, right? They cannot just publish an app in the market and maintain it for free. They are not a charity organization. So unfortunately, they will go to, because if you put a price, then you also have a smaller user base that's willing to pay for the price, right? So using advertising is still the pattern, right? The business model. And how you deal with this type of business model that's like fundamentally wrong if you think about mental health, right? So unfortunately, most of the app developers, they are still relying on advertising as their revenue stream. And the users are informed to the extent that they will read a banner and say agree at the beginning. But I doubt that the users truly know what's going on. Yeah.
Hi, Katrina Mullen from AEBR. Thanks for the lecture and thank you for having us here today. I'm specifically interested in any comments or reflections you might have about the matter of the European health data space regulation. The reason being that as I was listening to you, I mean, obviously a lot of countries have to get ready now for cross-border patient data exchange, which is a thing that underpins cross-border patient mobility. And I'm wondering, does extra care need to be taken in terms of the sort of education of member states and health authorities, not just about the exchange of patient data from the patient records, but this idea of, you know, apps that patients might be using as part of their outpatient support? Is that, do you have anything you want to comment on that? I'm not an expert, by the way, that's why I'm asking you.
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't say that I'm an expert on European health data spaces either. As you mentioned, it's not a lot of these apps. Some are clinical journals that you're actually talking to a therapist, so it will follow any healthcare organization regulation, right? It is part of the medical journal or mental health medical journal of the patient. But these were just a few apps that were like talk to a therapist type of apps. Most of them are private companies and they are not really marketed as clinical, right? Or health data in the sense of being part of a health journal or things like that. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was quite interesting. Now we have Neshe Tuna, who's an innovation manager at Compare here in the region. And she's going to talk to us about collaboration for cross-border cyber capacity building.
Thank you. Yes, welcome to sunny Karlstad, even though it's not very sunny today. But yes, as I've been presented, I work for Compare Foundation here at Karlstad. We're based here and we have collaboration with Karlstad University, as Leonardo mentioned. So some of the slides might sound similar. So today we'll be talking about collaboration for cross-border cyber capacity building. I'm experiencing, I think, where should I point it at? Yeah. No? Okay. That's, yeah. Let's, No? It's a beautiful picture of Karlstad, at least. Yeah. Let's try again. Let's do that. Yes. Why? Before working with innovation, and I was working as a journalist and an editor, and as such, I've been drilled about the 5 W's, so I could see them in my dream, and I've been using them in my work ever since. And then later in my life, I actually started working with innovation, or first got interested. And as every single person, or not every, at least most of us, when you get interested in new topic, in new domain, I went on TED Talks and I listened to Simon Sinek about the, good, some people that are, so I listened about the golden circle and how we should focus on why, how, and what. And why has been very driven in my personal, but also professional life. So why do we need to work with collaboration across borders and about cybersecurity and capacity building? I think the answer to this question, we have the experts here, right? That's why you're here, part of this event today. But why here in region Värmland and Inlandet, we needed to do that. And I can talk about those whys at least. One of them, of course, is the universal problem of we don't have enough capacity, we don't have enough experts, we don't have enough talent about cybersecurity, and we know it's a very, very big problem given the geopolitical situation we live in. And then, of course, there is fragmented collaboration. We see that both public sector and private companies are facing the same challenges, but they do not cooperate. Everyone is closed. Specifically when it comes to cybersecurity problems, everyone wants to keep the solutions for themselves, their know-hows, they're afraid to share information, they're afraid to co-innovate. And then what we did, we asked ourselves this question, and we did some kind of mapping. And what we found, I find it very interesting. We actually have a lot of experts, both in Inlandet and in Värmland. We have extreme amount of experts. And here we had just one talking. The Privacy and Security Research Group is known internationally, not only nationally. I dare to speak, and I dare to speak that even NTNU in Inlandet is famous also internationally about their cybersecurity expertise. And then we had a lot of industries that are very working with this domain. And on top of that, apparently we have a lot of companies and more startups coming into this and growing into this domain in our own region. And this type of cognitive dissonance is what made us realize that we need to cooperate together in order to use what we have and make it better. So that was our why. And now it works. No, was it you that? Yeah, but I'll just do, yeah. We're going forwards, but we're clicking backwards. It's a tango. Yeah, and that's how this project came to life. It's an Interreg Sweden-Norway project, and it's called Cross-Border Cyber Capacity. And as you see, we, and Leonardo mentioned, we have data scientists and information systems and even business parts of both NTNU, which is Inlandet, Technical University. We have Högskolan in Inlandet, we have Karlstad University, we have also public sector with us. And yeah, we at Compare Foundation are the project owner in the Swedish part. And then we have Digital Inlandet, which is part of one Norwegian cybersecurity cluster. So what we do, we work with capacity building and cooperation. That's our motto. Now let's see if I do it backwards. Yes. And what about the questions? What are we doing? Well, as you see, we started already 1 year ago, and now we are in around the middle of our project. And we usually say that we work with 3 pillars. And the first one, yes, it's working, is cyber growth. And at Cyber Growth, we work with developing cross-border model for scaling up companies. And here, I think what we most focus on is the public and private sector collaboration and cooperation. So this is the domain we decided to focus on. Then we have Cyber Academy, where we're developing, of course, structure for collaboration and knowledge transfer between academia, business, and of course, public sector again, because cyber is important everywhere. And then there is another layer into the second pillar. The layer is about working, collaborating together with the universities in creating, how to say, more flexible educations or seminars for upskilling or reskilling. So we are focusing on this part. We know universities are very good at education, but we need to collaborate in making it more agile, specifically in today's world. And then we have the third pillar, which is building strategic cooperations. You cannot co-innovate if you don't cooperate. So we work there in finding new ways of working, new ways of cooperating between academia, public sector, and private sector, and hubs, of course. And as I mentioned briefly, we did map our ecosystems. We have the ecosystem in Värmland and inlandet. They look pretty similar, but something that we noticed is also, and it added a new layer to our cooperation, is that behind all those bubbles, and of course there are a lot of companies behind them or organizations, what we found is that sometimes, more often than not, there is a better cooperation across borders than it's internal in the region. So you can have like 2 universities cooperating, very good, but when it comes to business, industry, and university cooperation in the region, it's not happening. So this added a new layer of our thinking. We need to work cross-border, but we also need to work cross-sectors. And one way of working with that, we started something we call for Challenge Lab, Cyber Challenge Lab, which is a systematic way of seeing how we can co-innovate. And it's focusing also on this part of matchmaking, who needs to know whom in order to create collaborations. And we work from challenges where there is one demand side that comes with, this is my problem, for example, I need to fix this, help me. But also something that is important when we developed this kind of strategy was that it needs to be, at least at the early stages, very, very sandbox. Like it needs to be free of any kind of stress about selling or buying solutions. We're talking only about co-innovating, sprinting. And how we work with that, we see it as 3 steps or stages, and you either could be in one stage or the second stage. It's not a linear process. Even if you see it here as a linear, you could start with stage 2, or we can start with stage 1 and stay there, or you can go directly to stage 3, and I'll explain them a little bit. But you could sit in stage 1 in years and years as well. But something that is interesting here on topic of, this is a lot of academia here, we are actually doing research together with the universities on this methodology, so to speak, because I wouldn't say it's a process, it's more of a methodology or a framework. So we're collaborating both with NTNU and Karlstad University in framing it, making it more accessible and scalable. So here we have already in the development cross-sectoral cooperation inside the project. So a little bit about how it works. The stage 1, it's like exploration. This one, challenge definition. Here we're working only with the, in this case, it's public sector often, like the challenge provider, the demand side, who has the problem, what they need to fix. But usually, especially if you have a big organization, no matter if it's a corporate or if it's a public sector, you might have a lot of challenges, but you need help in being more concrete which of those you want to address and how you want to address them. So what we do is we meet with the challenge provider, we talk about how the process could go, what are the possible ways, and then we create a workshop with them. We've called it Needs Workshop. It's around 2.5 hours. We gather, we talk about the problem, what possible solution, what possible next steps. And we help them concretize, but not too much what the problem is. So still have a little bit of an open idea, because we don't need to have the solution now, but we need to have an idea of what the problem is that could be solved. And then we have created, again, together with the university, a template. It's like a steps helping the public sector or the big corporation decide on what exactly they need to answer in order also internally to prioritize. The second stage, this is when we recruit. We go out in our networks and we get more and more academic partners, startups, big companies who want to attack the challenge. And then we go together and create a workshop. And after that, we have a follow-up and we give like kind of a matrix for the people who are responsible for the challenge, for the public sector, for example. And then we go on to evaluation, because more often than one, there is no solution that fits all. So we see that, okay, we have explored this challenge here. Now there are different ways. Either you have a solution, then you can go buy off the shelf. So then we say, okay, go buy off the shelf. You don't need to do anything more than that. Or maybe there are some risks you need to de-risk. Maybe it's time to do an innovation procurement or some kind of innovation procurement process. Go and do that. Or maybe you don't need to address this challenge at all, because this could also be a result of this second stage. It could happen that the thing you thought was so important was actually not so important. You can live with having this risk. You don't need to address it at all. Or maybe it's too big of a risk, or maybe you're not sure enough that you can do a procurement. Then maybe you need to go and ask our university partners to make a research project on it and go even deeper into the problem. So this is how we are working with attacking this collaboration. No, I will be pointing here, right? And who participates? Well, we have the public sector organizations. They provide the challenges, but they need agility. We have the startups. They provide solutions and creativity, but they need also idea and market validation. They need to know if their idea is going to work. So this is why they are attending that kind of collaborations, or maybe getting new ideas. And then we have the researchers who have the expert knowledge and the infrastructure. But I dare say again, Leonardo, you need the real world application of research. This is a good way of doing it. And of course, possible other participants. About those people I mentioned, we have the experts, but are they staying here? If there's some kind of ethical hacking, CTF-like challenges you mentioned also, Leonardo, today, that it's what it's making people stay, what is making them interested, and also what can bring them to their future employers. And we've done some of those together as well. And just I'll go short through this slide. We call our process, one of our processes we work with, 90% innovation, 10% procurement. What we mean here is that we do not focus on the procurement part, we focus on the innovation part. And the current case we're working on, it's with Karlstad Municipality, where it's a case where, of course, mobile phones at work. Do you take your own phone and use it to do work job, or do you use your work phone and use it to browse TikTok? So it could be, there's a lot of risks. So together with Karlstad Municipality, we're now going to do our first challenge lab with them in 21st of November. It's in Swedish because of course it's happening in Swedish. And we've done some workshops with them, coming to decide what the challenge will be and what we want for solution. And they filled this template and have given us very good, valuable feedback if the template is good or not. So another thing we're working about those startups, something that we created, again, across border, together with Sweden and Norway, we created a cybersecurity accelerator. And how it works? Well, it's a 12-week program that guides startups. It gives them services, like personal services. It also includes pitch training. It also includes a lot of tools and networks. But what I think here is very interesting is not only that it's cross-border, which means that no matter what part of Sweden or Norway you are, you can apply. It's a joint program. But what we try to do here is that we place the program in the other accelerator that already existed, so that we try to diversify this accelerator's portfolio as well. In this way, they will be able to take care of this accelerator. And here we have even very good collaborations with universities about researchers, with entrepreneurs, in order to be more ideas generating from the universities. And I would like to end up in today's AI-generated PowerPoint presentations. I wanted to end up with some of pictures of the amazing people, and there's just a fraction of them that have been working and making all this possible. And as Leonardo mentioned, we have NordSec coming. We have Security Divas, which is also a very good way of. It's a very successful, very successful women-only conference in Norway that we decided now we take the lead and do it in Sweden. And those down are the things you mentioned as well, Leonardo. Those are the hackers, yeah. And when we went and talked with students, or like we're talking about high schoolers, we also tried to push for them being interested already early. Here you see some students are presenting chaos courses. So what I want to say is that it's all about the people, even if it's cyber. So thank you. And it is a safe QR code. Don't worry. It just leads to my LinkedIn, because sometimes LinkedIn is easier. So thank you.
We'll take 2 minutes break because we have to transfer the PowerPoint to the mainframe. Todd and I, 20 minutes, and then we say like 5 to 10 minutes for other questions. First of all, Todd and I have been working together for maybe 15 years now, 12, 15 years, in this area of border security. It's quite interesting because Neshe's presentation is about cross-border networking and security in the private sector mostly, but also the public sector. And the work that we do with START is really about studying cross-border management and the security, the management of security looked at many different cases of cross-border public sector management, if you want. But we come to the same conclusion, is that we are in this era where we actually have to increase the cooperation. And that's something that I want to detail a bit more now. So which one do I use? This up and down, and then 2 point. Is this one maybe? Okay, yeah, it's working. Do I have to activate this on the side here? Yeah, you move it, yeah. So what I want to show here is that we have a number of books that have been published. The one which has my name on, the first one is now old, is 2005. One of the things that came out of that study was that basically in the conclusion, we say states have to cooperate better. That's all. And it's quite interesting because, you know, you look at the time lag, right? One of the things that we realized is that state policies were built inward. They have a state-centered perspective and they never cross the border. But in the world in which we work, and that's the work that Patterns in Border Security is basically an overview of how states work across borders across the world. So we look at all 5 different regions of the world, right? We look at Australasia, Africa, Latin America, and so on and so forth. And one of the things that that book shows is that there are a number of continents like Southeast Asia, India and its partners, that have absolutely no relationships across borders, to the point that they have difficulties of trading with each other, right? So for instance, India trades very, very little with its immediate border partners. The relationship that is the best developed is with China. And you know that in some parts of the boundaries that India and China have, actually there is also a state of war, right? There's 100,000 military personnel between China and India on the Indian side. It's not a joke. It's very, very serious. And then the last book is even more detailed because we look at the Canada-US relationship. Todd and Christian Lepreche together have edited that book, where we look at basically the different regions that divide Canada and the US. We look at the Cascadia region, which is on the Pacific coast, and we move across the country all the way to the Atlantic and then on the Arctic. So we look at how all of these different regions work. And one of the things that we discover there, which is really, I think, very, very interesting, is that there are different patterns of cooperation, collaboration, coordination, and basically management of the relationship. And one of the things that I find the most fascinating is related to what Neshe was talking about, is that the industries that trade have to be taken into account because they have a huge impact on the kind of cross-border management that is necessary for the good security of the cross-border region. To illustrate this, you do not operationalize security in a region that trades, let's say, wheat or cattle, the same way that you do this when you trade in cars or the same way that you do this when you're trading human intelligence, for instance, right? Or software development, like in the Cascadia region, which is the region of Vancouver, Seattle, you have, all these corporations that work across the border, and obviously the movie industry, cybersecurity, and obviously all of this really differs quite greatly. So to move on, one of the things that we have in a way done across these different writing and these different research projects is that we've been able to show that there is an evolution in the way security should be operationalized across these border regions. Today, we work on airports, seaports, indigenous communities, and global security transformation. So we are touching on cybersecurity issues. We could expand our partnership after what I heard, obviously here, we should think about it. But one of the things that we've also discovered is that the scales at which we are partnering in two regions that share one boundary line between Norway and Sweden, for instance. And the way you partner across an international airport and the main other airports of the world with which that airport trades. Think about this, most of the trade, the airport that I've worked on, that I know best is the French airport out of Roissy, right? It gets most of its trade from the rest of Europe. It's quite interesting to see this. So the way you partner with the rest of Europe is not the same as the partnering with other airports across the world, right? So you need to every time adapt your management of border security. So we're getting there. Vancouver, for instance, as a seaport, trades mostly with Pacific Asia, Japan, China, and India. So the kind of border management and border security that you would implement would also vary greatly. We also use, and that's why I put it there, the border security management is an institute that we offer every summer in July. It's actually, that institute is offered the 4th week of July every summer. And Christian, Todd, and Jamie from Australia are basically the coordinator for that border institute. It's open worldwide. People can attend the institute. They just have to register. And we are targeting not students, undergraduate students, but we're targeting professionals who work in the public sector and are interested in border security management. It doesn't make you a border security expert, but it makes you a better management of border security issues that you may have at home, whether you work for a municipality or a region or a state agency, right? So that's the idea that so we can go to the next slide. So one of the issues here, and I go back to some of the literature, right? So the question that I'm addressing in the next few slides is, how did we generally understand issues of border security and partnering in the world in the 1950s versus today? And it's quite, and I start with John Locke because, one of the things that is quite interesting is that we tend to cooperate, or we tend to work quite well when we speak the same language. And that has been one of the big assumptions from the 1950s onward, right? So for instance, security agencies, the spying agencies that have the best relations are the I5, and they all speak English, right? And yet, one of the counterintuitive contemporary issues is that the area of the world that has developed the most sophisticated, counterintuitive capacity to cooperate and collaborate is the European Union, where people speak at least 20 official languages. So how do we resolve this issue, right, of the post-Second World War view that you can only cooperate when you share the same language versus the fact that you have at least one example of an international organization that groups 27 states and plus now, obviously, because of the different forms that the European Union has taken, the different contracts and so on and so forth. across other states. For instance, Norway is a very interesting case, which is not a member, but yet is associated for almost all the policies and pays in and also receives some funding. It's like, how can you be a member and not be a member? Anyway, it's very interesting to see an exception like this. But so the idea here is to discuss this with you very briefly. So the issue is that theoretically, first of all, with Hobbes, it has to be written. So in other words, maybe it's a bureaucratic process, right? To speak very bluntly. Two, it has to do with trust and reciprocity. And Ostrom, who's a Nobel Prize winner and a woman, by the way, very interesting, came up with this idea of trust and reciprocity. In the trust and reciprocity idea that she develops, the most interesting one is the idea of reciprocity. Is that trust results from reciprocity. So we can go to this one. And here, I'm just going to go through this very quickly, but when we look at reciprocity, basically what we learn is that you have to build trust by reciprocity. You develop mechanisms so you show the other side or your main partner that you have the ability to protect their interests, not yours. And we can, so it's a dynamic relationship. It's a relationship that is continually in the building, and it's a relationship that continually evolves. It becomes, in a way, normative in the sense that, between two states, it has to be written. How do we do this concretely? One of the ways that I explain this to my students is the number of times, for instance, ministers meet in the EU. So just, counterintuitive, Canada is a federal confederal state, and the different provinces meet once a year when they meet. Sometimes they don't even meet once a year. But you know that ministers of industry meet in Brussels. Do you know how many times they meet? It's more than once a month anyway, right? It's about 18 times a year, which implies that they have continual bureaucracies and discussions ongoing almost on a daily basis inside the COREPER, that big nebulous organization that brings all the bureaucracies together in Brussels, right? So that trust and reciprocity is actually, in this example, you have, in a way, discontinued trust and reciprocity in Canada, but inside the European Union for economic and financial matters, for banking issues, you have actually an ongoing discussion between the ministerial bureaucracies that never ever stops. That's the reciprocity part. So obviously the trust then becomes a huge economies of scales, and it allows for these partners to rely on each other much more. And they write it. It becomes contractual, and they build up, obviously, this over time. So for our research, we operationalize this way. We basically assume that it starts with coordination. Coordination is when two partners basically share information. You don't share a bureaucracy. You don't have, you just meet from time to time and you share information. But the next stage then is cooperation, is when one side will, for instance, start working on behalf of the other side across the border. And, one of the very basic way to understand this is when you patrol a boundary line. Canada and the US in Cascadia in the 1990s would patrol the boundary line at the same time, both sides. And then they would not have shared schedules. So, on the US side and on the Canada side, there were always gaps when the border was not patrolled. And obviously, drug agencies, the ones who want to move goods across, guns and migrants and so on and so forth, would use these times. But so they cooperate, and when they start cooperating, they basically shared the periods of time when one side would go and then the other side would go. So basically each side would patrol at different times, and they start to cooperate that way. That's just one example, right? But they are able, as a result of this, to work much better. And what I'm describing here is only one function. But once you multiply this by 100 different activities, you can move from cooperation to collaboration. The collaboration stage, though, is even a bit more ambitious. It's that maybe at one point, only one side will actually patrol the border. They basically take the full responsibility for the partnership. So, you know, one of the examples that I use for my own students is to say, well, maybe one agency takes a whole function on behalf of both partners. You know, they take care of a whole policy area and they say, we'll take care of this, we'll be accountable to you. And now we are patrolling the border and you don't have to spend any money on this. There are things that you do much better. For instance, you do arrest much better than us. So now you will specialize on arresting people, but we'll patrol the border on the US side or the reverse, right? So what we see here is that there is, in a way, progression from coordination where we only exchange information to collaboration when one side becomes, in a way, responsible for the other side, pays for the expense and does it. Go to the next slide. So you see that one of the issues here is to overextend basically each country's own policy objective, is to work together on these policy goals, right? And is to be able to share not just information, but to share what the countries want to do. It implies issues that have to do with shared values, which I think in the case of the European Union, at least legally, because of Constitution, Charter of Rights, and so on and so forth, works really well. Between Canada and the US, it's a bit more complex. And in many cases across the world, it's very complex. We can step to the next one. What we discover here is that these issues obviously frame the way we collect the information, but also the way we deal with them. And what we discover, right, is the partnership is not that simple. What happens then when, you know, issues of bordering are moving away from the boundary line, for instance, inside airports and seaports, but also outside of the country? You want to partner with airports that are thousands of miles away. Can these regulatory partnership environment can also take into account, you know, basically multi-site partnerships across the world? I'll give you an example. The airport of Toronto trades with about 50 places across the world. They've started to move officers, Canadian officers, across the world. In the EU, for instance, there is a very good partnership in Amsterdam, Brussels, with Canadian officials who are working with EU officials in these different places, like in customs or in migration, right? So these regulatory environment, this progression from coordination to cooperation to collaboration can also move away from the single boundary line. That's what I talked about earlier, the scaling issue, right? The border moving that way makes the whole dimension and all this reflection very difficult. And this is kind of what we're working on now. And then the last slide. So with that, I'm going to give the floor to Todd, and Todd will basically explain to you and go in much more detail about some work that he's done. So Todd has had a quite interesting career. He is a retired Royal Canadian Mounted Police. He basically has done lots of intelligence work. He's been on the ground. He's also, at one point, was responsible for a whole region of Canada-US relationship on the ground. And he's also got a PhD and become a professor at 2 different universities and published a lot of work on these issues. So, Todd, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As Emmanuel said, my name is Todd Hatley. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me today to have opportunity to present. One of the problems with going last, there's 2 problems with going last. You don't have any time left, but all the important stuff has been said already, so I don't know how much I can add to this discussion. The first 2 presenters, I really want to thank you for what you presented, because I think it's really, this is where the world's going. As someone who has gone back to working in policing as well as being as a professor, I can tell you that most criminal offenses now include a cyber component. And if we want to train our police officers for the future, they've got to understand the cyber aspect of stuff, whether it's, you know, something as simple as hiding a debt list or something, or child pornography, or moving money, crypto across the world. It's getting increasingly complex. So as Emmanuel said, I'm a retired police officer, federal police officer. I work border integrity, drugs, weapons, human trafficking, national security, that sort of stuff. I left 6 years ago, went back to academia, and last year I returned to policing. I'm now an intelligence analyst working on organized crime intelligence. Next slide. So Emmanuel talked about this book, Patterns in Border Security, the coordination, cooperation, collaboration piece. I won't take your time because coffee starts in 5 minutes. So we'll go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about where we go from here as opposed to what we found. I'll mention a little bit about what we saw in our research, and it's mostly going to refer to this piece, Security, Cooperation, and Governance, which is a case study of the Canada-US border. Oh, I got to advance my slide, so I don't know what I'm saying too. That's the problem here. So what I want to talk about says, like it says, what did we learn about this, and what did we learn about building resilient borders? My background is security, so a lot of this is going to refer to security and the resilience on the security piece. I think COVID-19, and it wasn't just COVID-19, there was other challenges before COVID-19 to borders, and how well our borders worked and how well they sprung back to being like they were before. But COVID-19 really raised questions about how resilient are our borders and how well do they work. Next slide. So let me just answer the question, what do we think of as a resilient border? When I first started studying borders, we were told to think of them as, you know, social practices and discourse. This was Nancy Passey's thing, that we have to think about borders as being these, you know, constructed realities of discourses and social practices. But as I matured and thought more about it, borders are much more than that. And one of the things that we learned in this last research project in the Canada-US border is borders are also really about relationships. And relationships, and I'm going to go back and harping on this because relationships really matter. And we have to talk about interactions, whether interactions are positive or negative. And I don't want to disagree with Emmanuel, but I think Pakistan and India do have relationships. It's just negative. They don't, they exchange, their relationship is exchanging artillery shells every once in a while. You know, but they do work on, you know, having, opening the border once in a while to allow people to cross, to visit family and that sort of stuff also. So when we think about resilient borders, we want to think about how well do these processes at borders, whether that's security processes, trade processes, cultural movement, hockey teams, whatever it may be crossing borders, how well do these processes respond to stress? When we had COVID, we shut our border down, yet we still allowed the trucks to move and move trade. So, and once COVID ended, our border went back to relatively normal in the Canada-US case. What parts of the border are affected by stress and how quickly do they return to normal? Next slide. So what did we learn from our Canada-US study? You go ahead and press it again. One of the things we learned is that borders are not homogeneous, they're very heterogeneous. In this sense, I compare it to a quilt in the sense that along the border, we have different things happening all along the border. And what happens in Cascadia, where Emmanuel lives, is very different than what happens in the prairies, which is different than in Ontario, where I live. In Ontario, where I live, it's all industrial goods crossing the border. In Saskatchewan, where I grew up, it was agricultural goods crossing the border. We had veterinarians checking cattle to make sure they could cross the border to go to the slaughterhouses in the United States. You don't get that in Ontario, where it's industrial goods moving back and forth constantly. So what happens is the border, and I compare it to a quilt. It's, you know, we get a whole blanket that's going to keep us warm, but it's different pieces, different patchworks along the border that all have different functions. And those all matter. The individual relationships at that state really matter. Next, please. They operate on a different level. So when I talk about this quilt or patchwork piece, that local is really important, but it's covered over by an institutional relationship. The institutional relationship is what the government set up. Governments have institutional agreements on how cross-border is going to work. Yet at the local level, we have different agreements on how it works. And oftentimes that local level functions very differently than what the institutional agreements say they should be. Go ahead, next one. Relationships matters at all levels, but certainly I think they probably matter more so at the local level. One of the, I was in Finland a couple of weeks ago, and I was, well, before I tell you that story, I'll tell you this story. when I first started working border integrity as a police officer, my boss said we had meetings every week across the border with our American counterparts, Drug Enforcement Agency, U.S. Border Patrol, these certain agencies. And my boss first said to me, he said, you're going to go across that meeting every week until you know everybody at the table and can talk to them face to face. I thought, what a waste of time. I should be doing my police officer work stuff. But no, he was absolutely right. I found out after a little while that those relationships were really important. The fact that I could pick up the phone and talk to that person on the other side of the border and get the information and share information made all the difference in the world to how well I did my job or didn't do my job. Last week, I was in, follow up with this story, 2 weeks ago, I was in Finland, and I was having a discussion with the, he would have been the senior officer along the Finnish-Russian border. And he was telling me that they tried to do the same thing with their Russian counterparts. He got to know his Russian counterpart. He even had dinner at his house. But within 2 years, his Russian counterpart had moved on. There was an intentional effort on the part of the Russians not to build relationships so that it didn't become established. So I think this idea of relationships is really, really important. Let's go to the next slide. The interrelated nature of levels of operation. This is kind of the chicken and the egg question. What comes first, that local relationship or that institutional relationship, and which one's more important? And I think that when I think about that question, and I've thought about it a lot lately, I think it doesn't matter. If I look at the Canada-US case, what came first was the local relationship. We have an organization, the cross-border policing organization in Canada called ShipRider, is the acronym for it, Integrated Cross-Border Marine Law Enforcement Operations, something like that. They first started in 1999 as a local relationship between British Columbia Police and Washington State Police to combat cross-border drug flows. It went from a local relationship to being something that became institutionalized and rebuilt and built then across the entire border. So which one comes first? I don't know. But what is important, next slide, go ahead. Just hit it 3 times and I'll go backwards. Hit it three times. Just hit the thing, advance it 3 times, please. 2, 3. So what does matter is if number 2, right here is the idea that this institutional and local relationships support each other. We can establish local relationships, we can establish institutional relationships, but they have to have a two-way connection to support one another, top down and bottom up. But importantly, in terms of resilience, I think what this creates is this redundancy in the border that we have a top-down supporting certain programs, but we also have a bottom-up supporting the same programs. So we think in Canada, when we think about security, we think about the election of Mr. Trump coming to office and how it's going to impact our security along the border. I'm hopeful because what happens at the top may change the relationship between our political leadership and those people who drive the institutions, but I doubt it very much is going to impact what happens at the lower level. That local relationships will continue even if the top relationships are bad. So it builds in this redundancy that I think is really, really important. Again, I'll go back to the first point. Relationships really actually matter, probably more so than we actually know. There's this anthropological thing about the whole thing. So moving forward with the research, and I'm already into your coffee break, I apologize. Emmanuel talked about trust, and I think this concept of trust is vitally important. But I also think we have to understand it at different levels. That trust is not a single player, not a single level game. There's an institutional level of trust, but there's also a stakeholder level of trust. And that stakeholder level of trust is something that we have to take the time to understand to see how it feeds back up into the institutional level. And I don't think we have much of a grasp on that yet. And that's very important. The idea of reciprocity and how we establish reciprocity at the lower level is really significant. The second piece is the role of industry, indigenous groups, culture groups. And when I talk about indigenous groups, I really want to say people often use the term subnational groups, but I see indigenous groups as national groups, as sovereign players. So I think the best term for me is non-Westphalian states. Because they're actually, in my mind, sovereign nations. So what's the role of these organizations? How do we build trust with these groups? And what's their role in cross-border security, also in the resilience of the border? When we think about Amazon, for example, and the role that Amazon plays in cross-border security and the shipping of hundreds of thousands of packages every single day, and I know for a fact that most of the drugs we move out of Canada move in small packages, and most of them coming here to Europe lately. You know, that's a role is being played by Amazon, the DHLs of the world, and those groups, not by government actors at all. So we have to start thinking about those sorts of things also. I think I took more than 10 minutes, and I apologize for that. I think, do we have time for a few questions? Maybe, do we have time for a few questions? 10 minutes? Okay, so we'll take a few questions there. I apologize for going quickly through this all, but that's the way it goes.
I assume nowadays the challenge is related to the Mexican-US border rather than Canada-US border. What are the from your perspective, and the world it's really a solution as we saw on TV?
If I understand your question correctly, you're asking me what are the challenges along the US-Mexican border? Is that correct? I worked along the US-Mexican border for a while, so I have a bit of an understanding. I think there's a couple of things that come out along the US-Mexican, well, a number of things that come out along the US-Mexican border. One of it is sheer volume. The volume of goods being moved across that border, you just can't inspect everything. I remember being there one time, and there was a 50-foot, so what's that, 15-meter cargo trailer full of avocados. And it was being unloaded pallet by pallet to check for drugs. It takes somebody an entire day to unload a trailer, and the manpower or human power to do that sort of thing is massive. So sheer volume is one thing. The capacity to, if you're a bad guy and you really want to get away with your crime, fit in and look normal. So I always said that if I was a drug smuggler, what I want is a customs cleared trucking company, so that when I load my dope onto a truck full of broccoli and move it across the border, I'm already cleared to pass through. So this buy-in into what's normal or what's legitimate. And of course, the other thing is they build these things like called walls, which my finding is they're only as good as the tallest ladder. You know, I've seen people go over walls, go under walls, go through walls. It's all political in that sense. And from a security perspective, it makes no sense whatsoever. The challenge, but I mean, there's also a relationship to Canada, the Mexico to Canada-US relationships, in the sense that for the longest time we didn't have visas for Mexicans to travel to Canada. Canada was a destination point to sneak into the United States. Now and we had at one point where there's over 15,000 people crossing the border a year to get into the United States from Canada. That's changed in the last year, and they've got that better under control now. So, but the challenges are, you know, there's a market in the United States. Borders create differential marketplaces. And when you got these differential marketplaces, whether it's for drugs to come into the United States or weapons to go into Mexico, borders have a role in creating those marketplaces, and that's a challenge for any criminal organization.
Maybe this question is both for you and Neshi as well. I was wondering, what is the national component in cybersecurity? Like, how much going across the border really makes a cybersecurity less safe, less secure? I'm thinking also, I'm working on the B Solutions project, and we have, I mean, so we see borders as an obstacle in many realities, but how much is really crossing the border the actual threat to that? Thank you.
Still need this.
If I understood the question correctly, you mean how much crossing the border is a problem about cybersecurity? The physical crossing, if you mean, yeah, and I would say what we have seen, and I suppose you can attest to that, is that it is not a problem, specifically not in European context. And as you mentioned, Norway is part of it, even if they're not part of it. So I would say it's not a problem in neither in legal way, not in. I mean, now when you cross the border, when we're talking about the physical way, it's not like what he's, not his reality, but you won't see any checkpoints. You won't be stopped. Once, I can tell you a very funny story. My GPS led me through some woods and etc. And I was like, oh, now I will never be able to go to the airport. And actually, no one stopped me. I went through the woods, through some small roads, and suddenly I was in Norway. So the physical, no, not even, I would say, specifically given the collaborations and the European legislation. That's at least my take on it.
I have a different take on it, and I'll give you two stories. And again, I'm sorry. The first one is, in Canada, of course, your information is private and protected. I'm sure it's much the same way in Europe, except at border crossings. When you arrive at the Canada-United States border crossing, the threshold for privacy is almost nothing. So if the Border Patrol officer wants to seize your computer or seize your phone and look at it, they can do so without having to have a warrant or any reasonable cause to suspect or anything else. They can just take it. You have to give them your password. If you don't, you get to go to jail and stay there until you do give up your password. And they're basically looking for things like child pornography and those sorts of things coming into the country. So there's that piece of it, that your privacy part at the border. I presently work on Asian organized crime and money laundering. That's my shtick right now with the police service I work for. For us, it's a significant issue from two perspectives. First, whatever happens behind the cyber curtain, and we find our guys dealing a lot in what's called USDT, and those people in cyber probably know what that is. Dollar for dollar cryptocurrency, basically. What happens behind that cyber wall, we don't know. If there's a trade that goes on in property, in illegal goods, or whatever it is, we have no idea what happens. It's gone, and not available to us. But the other piece is, because I work with the area I work in, we see a lot of money flowing across borders through cyber currency, moving across borders back to mainland China, and then back again towards Canada. And it's funding different activities, including political interference, which is one that we've just kind of stumbled across in the last little while. When I first started my job, my boss said, let's follow the money. It'll eventually lead us to political corruption. And lo and behold, it has. So I think that's the other piece of the cyber currency one that really concerns us right now, is the money.
Thank you so much, Todd. Emmanuel. I very much enjoyed it, and very compelling arguments, but I think there are a number of what ifs in here, in the sense that many of the challenges that we are dealing with these days, they tend to change rather rapidly, both in space and in time, right? And when I listen to you, Emmanuel, especially the points on trust, I found crucial. Where I come from Finland, by the way, that was basically all that we had for last 3 decades, and now it's gone. So everything went with that. And I guess the question really is that how much we can really, I mean, your account is really much based on the US Canadian case, and you explained the context well in the language, for example, and even though there are differences, there are very strong uniting factors as well. And I find that some of those concepts or the ideas, they don't really apply in the world that we are living in, especially at the external borders right now. Maybe due to the fact that, like Todd said, borders are very heterogeneous. You know, it's really difficult to find one way or a solution that would fit all of it. And trying to come to the question is in here, like what it is that we can, or where can we take this from the border studies perspective? That like what would be the, like what I would take from your talk is that you have these different pillars that if one fails, the other ones kick in. But what do we do in a situation where all the pillars fail at the same time?
I don't know if you can answer that, but that's what we are debating and where I come from at the moment. Yeah. No, you go for it. I'm talking.
I mean, I don't know the Finnish-Russian case really, really well, but I would think from what's been described to me from people I've talked to is that you never had reciprocity. And that reciprocity is a fundamental function of building trust. You had one actor who was Finns who were acting in good faith, another who wasn't. So what you end up with in the end is a collapse of the institutions and the local relationships. And I would say that what you're facing now is the potential for a rebordering, going through the bordering process over again. And when we talk, I think I mentioned this before, that the model of cooperation, collaboration, coordination, however it goes, I wanted to add another C to that beginning, which was conflict. What do we see at borders in conflict? But in the discussion with you and another colleague, I think I changed my mind and said what we're seeing is the bordering process. We're not seeing actual borders, but the borders in the process of being built. And I think that's what we're witnessing now, and certainly in the Ukrainian-Russian region.
Maybe we close the panel with this and go for coffee. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm not going to give a full introduction. I think you can do it yourself. The first presentation is by Peter Hillengren from the Psychological Defense Agency in Sweden. I think that's a very important topic. It is about technology, hard technology, but it's also how it is perceived. So I guess that's something that you are going to address. You have about half an hour. I will notice 5 minutes or so. And then we have the 3 papers, 15 minutes or so, but it's also, I'll keep track of that as well. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. Hi, my name is Peter Hillengren. I'm from the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency. Really happy to be here. I'm grateful to be part of this program, and also glad to see that we have 2 Ukrainians here today. I'm going to be really excited to listen to your presentations later. Thank you. I will give a short overview of our agency and the work that we do. I'm going to bore you with some history, and then I'm going to try to jump into some current events, the narratives that we see, and also speak a little bit about the upcoming US elections, and also a bit about artificial intelligence. But what you see here is kind of our agency has instruction from the Swedish government. And we try to do this by analyzing and identifying foreign malign information and interference. And we try to analyze that, and we do weekly reports to the Swedish government, and in cases other actors need to be informed, we do that as well. But as I will come back to a couple of times, we are not Sweden's psychological defense. We are an agency, but it is the capability of all the population that is Sweden's psychological defense. So, no, I think we have to change. So basically, what is psychological defense? It is the collective ability of society to resist foreign malign influence activities and other kinds of disinformation that is directed, in this case, at Sweden. And we believe that our resilience will prevent or diminish the effects that threat actors try to influence our decisions, our perceptions, and perhaps also our behaviors. Yeah. And this is a quote that I think you have seen a couple of times. A lie told often enough becomes the truth. You can take the next slide. And this is something that we often attribute to Joseph Goebbels, from a Nazi from the Second World War. But in fact, Goebbels was not the first one who said this. You can take the next slide. This was actually said a couple of decades earlier, also by Lenin, who were saying basically the same thing. But in fact, Lenin wasn't either the first. You can take the next. The first one who actually said something like this was a British novelist called Isa Blagden in the 1850s. And why this matter, I will come back to a bit later on when we talk about the narratives. You can take the next slide. I think this is, before I get into the real presentation, I will bring up this. It's interesting. There are 4 John Wick movies, and I think a couple of you have seen at least one of them. And it is interesting in a couple of ways, because in those 4 movies, Keanu Reeves kills 439 people. And that is pretty high even by Hollywood standards. And the interesting thing is not that he kills this many people. You can take the next slide. It is that even though he kills 439 people in 4 movies, we all still feel sympathy for him. And why do we do that? Because they killed his dog. And that is kind of an illustration of the to cognitive warfare and information influence campaigns. If you can influence your audience, if you go really into the neuroscience here, influence your audience amygdala, that's kind of the bullseye campaigns. Yeah, we can take the next slide. Now I'm going to bore you with some history, because psychological defense is in Sweden, it's a concept that goes back to World War II. And as you can see in this from this newspaper from 1941, it was a Swedish researcher who toured Sweden with with a message that psychological defense is just as important as an air force. This is one of the earliest illustrations that you can find about psychological defense as a concept in Sweden. You can take the next slide. And then I would say that the first wake-up call for Sweden was the Soviet Union coup in Prague in 1948. That was hybrid warfare at the time. And the Swedish prime minister at that time was a man called Tage Erlander, and he was seriously concerned about what was going on and thought that something like that might even happen in Sweden. So the Swedish response was to launch a commission on psychological defense. And their final product recommended creating an agency for psychological defense. And this was in the beginning of the 90s. Quite a long tradition here. You can take the next slide. And our wake-up call was the invasion and illegal annexation of Crimea. First time since the Second World War that hybrid warfare, deception, and information influence shifted. It's led to and in the end was launched January the 1st in 2022. And that is the current agency. You can take the next slide. We have a couple of different research priorities that we try to, we don't do any one of those areas that we absolutely need more knowledge about. You can take the next slide. And will to fight can look can be illustrated in many different highlighted in a very positive way from Ukraine after the full-scale Russian invasion. What the will to fight actually mean for a country. So that has created a big interest for us in the will to fight. So this is important because Ukraine is the, if you say that what will to fight means for a country, you can take another slide. Because will to fight can also look like this. And this is just a couple of years ago. And this was from Afghanistan, where that nation collapsed like a house of cards in just days. Because nobody was willing to fight for their country, basically. So it is a very important concept, but we still know far too little about it at this point. You can take the next slide. In Sweden, we have measured our willingness to fight actually since 1952. And as all you know, it's quite rare to have that kind of long-term statistical data, no matter what issue you're looking into. So it's been quite stable in Sweden since the 1950s. You can see that it's going up a bit after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the last couple of years. But this question is, it's not a very personal question, is it? It's more based on if you think that Sweden should put up resistance. It doesn't say much if you yourself, what you yourself are willing to do. So we are trying to combine this with new measurements and also behavioral indicators. So this is just one example of the measurements that we have. Gallup International came out with a similar study in March this year, where a number of countries were included. And as you can see, Ukraine have a pretty high number, and they also have a distinctively low number for people who don't know. I think that's quite natural. We'll transfer into information influence campaigns and the narratives and some of the current themes that we see. First, we define it as coordinated activities by a foreign entity that includes misleading or false information that is aimed at influencing our decisions, our opinions, and also our behaviors, threatening Sweden and our Swedish interests. You can take the next slide. So one of the ways to organize basically what you're looking at is to look at it from different major narratives. And when it comes to narratives, I would say that purpose and sender determine whether something is part of free information formation, free opinion formation in a liberal democracy, or foreign information manipulation and interference. because we don't look at what's going on within our own borders. We only look at what's coming towards our country from abroad. So if exactly the same message is said in Sweden, we treat it as part of the national debate that is part of a free liberal democracy. But if it's a coordinated effort by foreign actors, then we will look at it and we will analyze it and perhaps also attribute it or have some countermeasures. You can take the next slide. But one of the main narratives on this matter is the constructive narrative, basically trying to claim that the threat actor is better. It is better than us. We have a better military. We have a better vaccine against COVID-19, for instance. But I would say that in general, this was more common during the Cold War, when it was more important for the Soviet Union and countries in the communist bloc to let the world know how fantastic countries they were. That is not a very constructive selling point for Russia today, to try to convince us that Russia is a fantastic country. They use other narratives, but this is still one of the main narratives, and perhaps also more commonly used by a country like China, for instance. You can take the next narrative. Another is one try Sweden or Canada or UK or any Western country as a society in decay. And that is either by claiming that our politicians are incompetent, or that we have lost our moral compass, that we have lost our values. We don't believe in God anymore. We have LGBTQ rights and so on. And this is something that is commonly spread in their information warfare. You can take the next slide. And this is a bit of a classic. This is from Russian social media accounts trying to mock and make fun of the Swedish military that is yearly taking part in the Stockholm Pride Parade, and thereby trying to paint a picture of a Sweden that has fallen apart and has lost its values. And take the next slide. But this, I would say that commonly used today, avoidance and trying to shift focus. And it could be done in so many different ways. And if we take, for instance, Russia as an actor here, they can fuel both sides in a debate. For instance, you can have the same source, the same Russian source, claiming that Sweden is a deeply Islamophobic country and almost unbearable to live in for Muslims, saying that to one group, but to another group saying that Sweden has folded over for Islam and is soon to be completely Islamized. So you can actually have one actor saying two completely different things to different groups, because in the end, it's not the message itself that is the point. The point is the effect, and the effect is to create as much chaos and polarization as possible. So I would say that in general, the Russians don't want us to believe. They want us to disbelieve that we should not know what is the truth, that they send out so many different versions of what has happened that people in the end kind of, I don't know what's true. I mean, regarding the Russian downing of the airplane MH17 a number of years ago, Russia has actually made over 500 regarding this, regarding the shoot down of that plane. So that is a much more common narrative in today's world, trying to shift focus and in the end trying to make us not really know what's true, and at the very end even questioning democracy itself. Yeah. So I will go a little bit into the types of threat actors that we see and monitor, and we are open about who those are. You can take next slide. The first one is Russia, and the Russian ecosystem for disinformation has 5 pillars. It is the official government information. That is when you see Maria Zakharova, Dmitry Peskov on TV. Then you have the state-funded TV. You have the proxies, the useful idiots. You of course have the social media and also disinformation. And yeah, we can change. And this is a quite complex infrastructure that Russia's disinformation and propaganda ecosystem. It has evolved over many years, so it's become quite complex these days. And take the next slide. Take the next slide. Oh, I think you have to click a couple of times there. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, and this is an example from Russian TV, a military analyst close to the Kremlin, who speaks at length about how an invasion of the Baltic countries could look like on Russian national television. And this was in December 2021. And as you can see here also, the circle in the ocean there, that is the Swedish island of Gotland, which in this scenario would have been taken over quite fast by the Russian military. So in a way, this is also a kind of psychological warfare, letting us know that this is an option on the table, you could say. You could take the next slide. And this is something that was on the streets of Moscow in May 2022. And well, I'm actually wrong when I say it was on the streets of Moscow. It was outside the Swedish embassy. And a commercial, you could say, that tried to highlight that some famous Swedes were Nazis, and the poster says that we are against Nazism, they are not, and it's Ingmar Bergman and Astrid Lindgren, for instance. Can take the next slide. Sorry. Yeah, Astrid Lindgren is a famous Swedish author who wrote Pippi Longstockings, as you will see here. Yeah, you can take this slide. And Ingmar Bergman is, yeah, exactly. And this was in St. Petersburg, and this was, of course, directed towards the Swedish and Finnish application for NATO. It was Pippi Longstockings and the Moomin Dad as marionettes controlled by Uncle Sam. So this was on the streets in St. Petersburg at the time, and you can also take the next slide. It's another example. And this was from November last year in Moscow, and this was more commonly seen in Moscow. And here we have the names and the faces of Swedes who had volunteered to fight in Ukraine and had died in Ukraine. They were portrayed here as Nazis, together with former Swedish kings and other people that they had problems with. Yeah, take the next slide. And this is an example from almost a year ago in Paris, when you had Stars of David sprayed around the city of Paris. And this was quite a rare case, actually, because the French security services attributed this to FSB, that is Russian security. Of course, FSB weren't there personally through a couple of steps down, where you actually had some in the end, some Moldovans doing the dirty work. But this is just one way to create a lot of attention by very small means. Can take the next slide. So if we look at the upcoming US, I'm soon finished. The upcoming US election, we try to monitor that from the agency, and we see that there are some current Russian priorities. It is the most important one is to weaken US and Americans in general support for Ukraine and for NATO. The second priority is to question the legitimacy of the election itself. And the third priority is to create polarization related to immigration. And some of the modus that is being used by Russian actors is what we call washed news. That is when fake news are spread and regarded as true. They are created by threat actors, but then they are picked up by legitimate media and thereby regarded as true. And of course, also the use of cyber attacks and paying influencers during the election campaign has been highlighted according to U.S. authorities. Yeah. I think I will skip a couple of slides since my time is running out, and I will say a few things about efficiently. We can take the next slide and the next. And we can actually take the next as well. When it comes to artificial intelligence, that is an upcoming, not just upcoming, it's already here influencing European elections. And this is quite an interesting example from the last election in Slovakia, when the pro-European candidate, as you can see here, he just a couple of days before the election, a fake sound clip was leaked to the media with an AI version of his voice claiming that he would rig the election to win it, and he would also raise taxes on beer. So that's kind of hard to beat. And he had serious problems to confront this message, because this was during the last days before the elections, when there was supposed to be a pause from the candidates. They were not supposed to do any new campaign stops or have any new talking points during those last hours. And if this affected the election, it's of course quite hard to tell. But he lost, and the pro-Russian candidate won. Slovakia is now governed by a more pro-Russian government. And you can take the next slide. So just a few concluding remarks. We do not monitor domestic disinformation, only foreign. And our agency is not Sweden's psychological defense. We are a coordinating agency. And because it's as we see, it's the collective ability of society to resist and to have a media literacy and be critical of sources and so on. Yeah, you take the next slide. So that was my presentation. That went a bit too far, but we can live with it.
Well on time. So that leaves us room for 1 or 2 minutes, a few questions. Urgent questions. We can also take it to lunch, of course, and we have other moments maybe to talk.
Where do you draw the line between domestic? Do you have a map, a picture? You had a great picture of the network of Russian stuff, but do you also have a picture of the useful idiots that spread the shit, or do you say no, that's domestic, so we can't do that?
Yeah. You're correct on the last part. That is beyond our mandate. So we of course all know that there are connections within Sweden, but it's not something that we look at and follow and analyze because that's beyond our mandate. And it becomes easier to understand if you see that we are a defense agency. When it comes to what is going on with the agencies, we look at what's coming.
Only one short remark. The last weekend was the election in Moldovan Republic, and only less than 5% of the voters literally decided which side is the winning one. So thankfully, yeah, in the end was a European path for Moldovan Republic. Also interesting study cases how the Russian interference was in that part of the Europe, despite of so many EU grants and so many EU investments and foreign investments. Yeah.
Exactly, and it became really close in Moldavia because the polls running into the election was, it seems to be a quite easy win for the pro-European side, but then in the end it was really close.
Yeah. Question. By my accent, you might be able to tell I'm from Northern Ireland. So I lived through an election in which there was foreign interference with the electorate. My constituency voted 98% to stay in the European Union. We were taken out of the European Union against our will. Do you think national governments need to do more to make people aware in the run-up to important referenda about that existence of that sort of interference? And that, I mean, how do we enable electorates to make educated judgments about what they are being fed in the run up to votes. I mean, Moldavia, I was watching it going, this is like the Brexit referendum all over again. So we've some examples already.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, because this is not running away. This is by all estimates going to continue and increase. And I think it actually goes down to teaching kids already in school to be have media literacy, to be critical of sources, because it's quite hard when you already are in your 40s or 50s. But one could always say one thing, and that is if a message triggers your emotions, that you become really mad or really happy or really angry with something, it could well be worth to not react instantly, but try to calm down and think someone who wants me to become mad, who is hitting the amygdala, and try to take it in a bit more cool manner. But for sure, I don't think we have the answer, but I think all European governments need to work with this issue, not least in elections.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker. But for me, just one thing: shouldn't you work towards a Swedish offensive agency in that sense? But you don't have to answer. But what's the thin line between defense and offense? It is awareness, of course, in that sense. And for me, it's pretty scary, especially the AI. You can't. Some say that in 5 years, there's 90% that you don't know what's reality and what's not. So in that sense, we have to be aware, and in education, etc., make people aware. So maybe be a bit more offensive in that sense. We'll move on to a different continent. Samuel Okunade from Bowen University. Border Studies Circles, AEBR, the ABS, and he's going to talk about addressing irregular migration in South Africa, paradiplomatic role of subnational governments in Limpopo province. Samuel, the floor is yours. 50 minutes.
Good morning, distinguished professors and colleagues. Let me start by saying thank you to the organizers of this event for inviting me to be a part of this, to present my work, and also to listen and learn from what happens in different parts of the world, as presented by participants here. Let me also say that I've not said this before, but I'll say it today. In 2017, when I attended WSSA conference in the US, my utmost aim was to meet with somebody that I've read so much about, you know, in the books. And I just knew that meeting with him is going to have a lot of impact on my work, and that's Emmanuel. So my major interest in 2017 was to meet with him and see how he can help shape my work. And I was glad I achieved that. So listening to you today, you've actually provided a better understanding on how issues that has to do with regional policies in Africa largely remains unimplemented on the continent, and I thank you for that. So I thank you for all you do to encourage early career scholars like myself. So the title of my presentation is Addressing Irregular Migration in South Africa, Paradiplomatic Role of Subnational Government in Limpopo Province. Next slide. So this is the outline, but I will just try to speak to the work. The next slide. All right, so irregular migration largely remains a phenomenon in the Southern African development community, and that has attracted a lot of attention by scholars and different state and non-state actors. And looking into history, scholars have tried to provide an historical account on why this is the situation within the SADC region. And the one that stands out for me is the work by Francis Musoni in his book, Border Crossing and Jumping in the Southern African region. The book actually provides a context or an understanding of why this is the situation. National entities that exist today, like South Africa and Zimbabwe, were once a homogeneous, socio-political space where people related with each other. They could move around each other unhindered. But with the emergence of these national entities, it became, and the demarcation of borders and all that, it became illegal to cross these borders. But in actual sense, to these people, these are not borders, and they don't see a reason why they shouldn't move, because for them, it's just a system being put in place to prevent them from moving freely between and amongst themselves. So you have a situation where the borders divide a people that were once a people. And it's not only peculiar to the Southern African region, you also find this in other regions of Africa and West Africa. And that forms part of the issues that we are being confronted with today. The next slide. So in addressing this, the South African government, because you have a huge number of irregular migrants crossing the borders between Zimbabwe and South Africa. So South Africa is actually at the receiving end. And so they've tried to put up different approaches to solve this issue. And one major approach which they've introduced is to fortify the borders by putting up a standing border guard and also to put up a wall. This project started a few years back, and what we can see from that today is that it has failed, because you discover that people still cross these borders whichever way they can. But the government, they've not learned their lessons, because they've actually moved on to, I think, the third phase of building these borders along the South African and Mozambican area. And that has not helped the situation. So the focus of this study, next slide, the focus of this study is to look at paradiplomatic efforts of sub-regional governments in the border spaces towards addressing irregular migration in South Africa. I would come back to this slide when I get there. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so what I've done here is to theorize paradiplomacy and region building. And one thing that paradiplomacy does is to enable subnational government to take part, active part in international politics by engaging or partnering with their counterpart on the other side of the border, either continentally or beyond the continent. And concepts such as globalization and decentralization, they've facilitated subnational government to actually be able to take part in this space, so that they can also bring about development in their spaces. And as we all know, border spaces are kind of marginalized. And in Africa, we have a lot of examples of this. Specifically in South Africa, the Gauteng province have been able to engage in sort of partnering with cities beyond Africa, even into the West, to bring about policies that can facilitate trade and development on the cross-border level within those cities and within the border regions. Also within the border regions, we've had policies such as the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park, which served as a nexus to attract not just tourism, but to facilitate trade in South Africa, between South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. And looking at region building, it relates to the intentional activity of nations to establish diplomatic connections with state and nations beyond their geographical locations due to similar political views on key issues. So in Africa, we have the African Union, which most of the things which they do is based on Pan-Africanism. And when we talk about Pan-Africanism, we refer to a political or cultural ideology, which despite the diversities that exist on the continent, have decided to set aside these diversities and encourage, a unified Africa, just to facilitate regional integration and development within the African continent. And if we look at the European Union as well, which actually serves as a good template, a lot of cross-border activities or collaborations go on within the EU. And some of these things are policies which the African continent tries to mirror on the continent. Policies such as the African Union Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, the African Continental Trade Agreement, these are policies or initiatives that are meant to bring about a borderless Africa or unified Africa as the African Union wants it. The African Union has also mandated all its 8 regional economic communities to initiate a kind of policies that will facilitate trade and movement of people within themselves. So you have policies such as the ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement, and you have some of these in other regions, in other regional economic communities. However, they largely remain unimplemented. So when we look at some of these paradiplomatic efforts by subnational governments, even though they are meant to facilitate development, within their spaces, they kind of also support region building on a larger scene within the sub-region and also the continent at large. Next slide. And then looking at regional integration initiatives and intra-regional mobility within the SADC region. I think I've mentioned that on a larger scale, but within the SADC region now, there is the protocol on free movement, which came into being in 2005, but to date, it largely remains unimplemented because some countries have decided not to ratify. And South Africa happens to be one of those nations that have done that. So what they have done is to between countries. So for example, Zimbabwe has an agreement with South Africa to allow their citizens come into South Africa and stay for a period of 90 days. So you have those kind of agreements, but largely movement still remains impeded in a way because the documents that are needed are not easy to acquire by people, by Zimbabweans. They are not easy to come by. And some even have a mindset to say, why do I need a passport to move? Or why do I need a document to move? So some would not even attempt. Some have argued that these documents are expensive to get and they don't need that to happen. So they don't need to take that. So a lot of factors contribute to this. Next slide, please. So when we look at some paradiplomatic efforts of subnational government in tackling irregular migration in South Africa, we have, okay, let me say this. All right, so my focus mainly is the Limpopo province because like I said earlier on, this is the region where you have a lot of irregular movements happening between Zimbabwe and South Africa. So I'm trying to look at those efforts which have been put in place by the Limpopo province to address, illegal. There are memorandum of understandings that have been signed between the province of Limpopo and neighboring towns in Zimbabwe and in Mozambique as well. And there is also the Trans-Limpopo Spatial Development Initiative, which is also a product of a memorandum of understanding signed between the Limpopo province, Bridge is in South Africa, and then the city of Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, and there are a host of others. The aim is to coordinate efforts to enhance socio-economic infrastructure and socio-cultural conditions amongst the members for broader development. Part of this initiative is regulation of labor migrants from the nations of Zimbabwe and Mozambique into Limpopo province. There is also international development partnerships with nations like China, India, and countries in Latin America to expand mining, tourism, agriculture, and mineral resources in the province of Limpopo. And when you look at that region, you have a lot of economic activities going on, mining activities, a lot of 2 minutes. Okay, the next slide. All right, so these are just to reel out some of those collaborations which exist between subnational governments and their counterparts on the other side, and even beyond Africa. But mainly what they try to do is to enhance local economy, which is the reason why paradiplomacy of migrants within that space. So although these developments are capable of addressing the fears of big economies like South Africa, as well as nations like Botswana, Namibia, and Lesotho over the influx of irregular and illegal migrants, increasing the unemployment demography in the country, they tend not to be in tandem with the direction which the national government is taking in addressing irregular migration. So if I take you back to the image that I showed, I said that you now have a situation where the approach which the government has embarked on in addressing this issue is to fortify the borders by putting up a wall to stop this. But in actual sense, it has not helped. You have people still crossing the borders one way or the other, cutting the fence, which the government has actually admitted, but they still go ahead to do that. But what is being done at the local level is to understand the dynamics, the history of the people, and to understand that you cannot really stop these people from moving. What you can do is to see how you can incorporate them into the system and to make sure that they are all accounted for. So what they are doing is to see how they can regulate their activities and make sure that companies on the side of South Africa, in Limpopo and in other parts of the Gauteng province, can facilitate the movement of these people, establish more businesses, and solve that issue of fear being entertained by the national government. So in conclusion, so subnational governments are challenged in one way or the other, ranging from low support from the national government to low publicity on the work that they do in curbing irregular migration. So non-involvement of key institutions and stakeholders as the subnational governments in the process of domesticating continental and sub-regional initiatives, which makes implementing these policies difficult as key stakeholders do not take ownership of such initiatives. And then there is the need for national government to adopt all-inclusive strategy or, okay, that's supposed to be bottom-top approach such that all concerned parties are invited to the table when issues of national concern such as migration, security, cross-border trade, tourism are to be decided. And also it's imperative to acknowledge the initiatives evolved and carried out by subnational governments by way of properly and adequately documenting and publicizing them, specifically the national government and various institutions, agencies, and NGOs concerned with migration, refugees, and asylum processes on the continent of Africa, most importantly within the Southern African region. Thank you very much.
Could I ask already Ludmila to come down? Thank you for your insights in a different continent. I noted that you didn't mention that much technology and security. It is somewhat implicitly, I think that's good. I would also say maybe do not look too much at the EU. I don't think that's that much a picture perfect anymore when it comes to integration, but it's the same issue. So thank you again. One urgent question, and then the rest we can, if there is one, then we can move to the lunch as well, have your discussion, and maybe at other instances. Yep.
So the question that comes to mind is, what you discuss is two different levels of government, right? The national level and then the regional, local level. And in a way, you're discussing some things that Todd was also discussing, is that how do we scale up or scale down, and the relationship between, you know, the formal partnership, but also the way people, decision makers, engage with each other so that those partnerships work. Could you elaborate a little bit on this?
Okay. I would say that the dynamics is quite different on the continent of Africa. And one thing which I've discovered is the fact that some of these partnerships do exist, but in the process of implementing them, it becomes difficult because the people who are sort of going to be involved in actually implementing these things are not being carried along. So when these policies come into place, that aspect of bringing in the people who are the grassroots to see to the implementation process of these policies makes it difficult for them to be implemented. And I think from my study, I discovered that not acknowledging the historical background or whatever I can, I don't have the right word now. Not accepting or not putting into consideration that history of where the people are coming from and why you have those kind of movements happening within that region makes it difficult for anything which is being done at the national level to succeed. So hence, I'm suggesting that there should be a kind of collaboration, true collaboration, where parties from or actors from the regional or local levels are being involved in this process. And even the local people also have to be involved so that different perspectives can be put in place to really, really look at how these policies can work. Because if it's being left at the level of the national, then it's not going to work without bringing in the local actors. I'm not sure if I answered it.
Thank you. I'm sorry that we have to cut you back a bit, maybe with all the questions, but we have to move on. I think, by the way, this is also part maybe of the worldwide quilt that we were talking about, of mobility. That there is no one approach, no one solution. So in that sense, I think it's an interesting addition. Then we continue with Ludmila Progonyuk from Nikolaev National Agrarian University, who's going to talk about problems of cross-border security in the context of Russian aggression against Ukraine.
Okay. Oh, sure. Thank you.
my topic reported the problems of cross-border security in the context of Russian aggression against Ukraine. That's it. Ukraine is a country located in Eastern Europe with a population of about 33 million people. Ukraine has a complicated history, as it has been under the rule of various empires and states for centuries. In 1991, Ukraine declared its independence from the Soviet Union. Since then, Ukraine has been striving for close ties with the European Union. In 2014, Ukraine signed the association agreement with the EU, which includes provision in economic.
Back from a good lunch, all refreshed. And we continue with this session that was halted. But of course, Ludmila can finish her presentation. And then we have the second one by Irina. So everything is, and then we continue with the third session. So we will be half an hour later or so, but then we have somewhat more time for discussion. And I would like to give you the floor again.
Let's continue. I remember my topic reported problems of cross-border security in the context of Russian aggression against Ukraine, and the efforts of European Union to find alternative sources of energy should be noted positively. Wind, solar, hydropower, geothermal energy. The European Union aims to implement a strategy of zero carbon emissions in the atmosphere, as energy is one of the main sources of greenhouse gas accumulation. The EU strategy, the Green Deal, is designed to turn Europe into the first green continent. Next, please. This led to the abandonment of non-ecological and potentially dangerous sources of energy, such as thermal, shale gas, solid fuel, and nuclear power plants. Environmental security and war are closely related from the legal point of view. Legislation regulates the actions of countries to protect the environment and environmental security in both peacetime and wartime. It's a country states for the inevitably damages the environment. It violates international and national law. It should be noted that during the last year, Russia has adopted the supply of energy gas and climate itself as a weapon. Having a gas supply to many European countries, Russia sought to undermine the military, financial, and political support for Ukraine, and since the fall of 2020. Has systematically destroyed energy and heat infrastructure throughout Ukraine in order to freeze the population, violating the OUN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Russia not only cases large emission of greenhouse gases due to military exertion, destruction of the energy and hard infrastructure. Another threat is that during fires in military infrastructure, large clouds to smoke spread over civilian areas. They consist of the toxic gases and particles. Therefore, the use of explosive weapons in populated areas also creates pollution from construction materials, including asbestos, metals,
combatant products. The attack of this place causes a large amount of waste, which leads to soil and groundwater pollution, and in the turn leads the problems with human health. Next. In addition to these problems, the weapons used in this war will increase the carbon footprint of the region. This will lead to great release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and increase the risk of national disasters related to climate change in Ukraine and the world. Today, next, thank you. Today, the main elements of relation between Ukraine and the European Union are due to contraction to continental Russian aggression, political solidarity, and military, financial, and economic support of Ukraine. For a long time, our country defended the east of the UA assuming the main burden of the military power of the aggressor country. This is the geopolitical significance, exclusivity, and priority of Ukraine in European integration. Ukraine continued its pro-European reforms, passed laws important for European integration, and is deepening cooperation with Brussels in the various fields. In general, there are reasons to talk about noticeable progress, important achievements, and shift on the European path. It's also important to continue to support dialogue and cooperation between states to address climate change and issue peace and security, and to more actively finance programs and projects aimed at supporting environmental stability and post-conflict reconstruction. That's all. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
We have ample time, of course, so are there any questions? I know it might be a bit difficult to pick up after lunch, but it's yep.
Lyudmila, it might be something we can, we might be able to discuss this later, but if you think that there are any legal obstacles that would benefit from us looking at those with the B Solutions project, the B Solutions program can help with resourcing small expert case studies on specific obstacles to cross-border cooperation. It can be energy, it can be regulatory divergence, it can be those sort of practical solutions that will help in the immediate term with maybe developing frameworks or guidelines, or even quite simply developing a roadmap for solving some of those more technical obstacles that you're talking about. So it's really more of a comment from me to you that maybe we can talk about it later or afterwards, or keep in touch and see how we can help to take forward some of those issues with you, if we can. Okay.
Maybe I have one question. I can imagine that when you talk about security, and of course it has to do with climate change, and in peacetime already it's difficult to cooperate. Do you have any idea that in the current times that the priority towards especially energy security and cooperation might be a bit lower during the war? These issues are much more important. It might be very difficult to talk about these issues while a country is at war. Yeah.
Thank you. So the questions, можно writing question ответать? Можно? writing, пропишу ответ. Окей, да, окей. So, English easy. Да, да, пропишу ответ. Да. Окей.
We'll continue with the third presentation by Irina Jeremak. I want to pronounce the beautiful name of your university, Ivano-Frankivsk National Technical University of Oil and Gas. So that's quite nice. And you're going to talk about a related topic, also about specifically energy security. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all participants and cross-border school organizers. First of all, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. It's very important for us and it's very important for Ukraine too. And let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Irina Jeremak and I work at the Department of Electrical Engineering. So we will talk about energy security, about power security, and it's very important for us as for now. So let's start. First of all, I want to give you an overview of the Ukrainian power sector. And you maybe know that Ukraine's power generation capacity was the 7th largest in the Europe, with a nominal capacity of 56 gigawatt. And as you can see on this map, in Ukraine, there are nuclear power plants. These black circles, there are 4 nuclear power plants. And we have, no, I can tell we had, because now we haven't. We had thermal power plants is red circles. And we have alternative, it's about hydro power plants and wind power plants and solar power plants. So, and here you can see the terrible things in condition of the war for Ukraine, energy security is not just an economic or an political issue, but a matter of national security. And the figure 2 illustrate these words. So you can see red circles, and there are drone and missiles attacks on Ukrainian energy facilities. And can you imagine that for 2 years, Russia has attacked Ukraine's energy sector over 1,000 times. This left Ukraine with only around 1/3 of its pre-war capacity. And since 2022, Russia has aimed to destabilize Ukraine's power system by attacking large coal and gas plants. And recent attacks have highlighted the risks to Ukraine's other nuclear plants, as damage to nearby substation can stop them from supplying power to grid or threaten the backup systems that keep the reactor safe. It's really dangerous. So you can see terrible things. The first, on this diagram, you can see available generation capacity in 2022, and you can see available generation capacity in 2024. And as for now, we have just around 12 gigawatt. But in 2022, before full-scale invasion, we have near 37 gigawatt. So can you imagine that 2/3 of our generation Russia destroyed? And as a result, the damages in Ukraine's power sector as of May 2022 amounted to more than 11 billion. The largest damages were incurred from the destruction of electricity generation objects and transmission facilities. You can see this on the table 1. But before 2022, Ukraine's power system was interconnected with the Russian and Belarus grids. as you know, maybe not, and a small part, just 4%, as a part of the European network of transmission systems operators for electricity, were joined to European Union. But in March 2022, electricity grids of Ukraine and Moldova were successfully synchronized with ENTSO-E, which ensured grid stability for Ukraine and the possibility of exporting, importing electricity. And interconnection with the main European system has made a crucial contributions to Ukraine's electricity security, with the limit on cross-border trade increasing to 1.7 gigawatt. And figure 6 highlights this situation. And you can see that before 2022, Ukraine exports electricity to European countries, to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. But after full-scale invasion, especially in July 2024, we export electricity from European Union to Ukraine. And as a result, some electricity storage has led daily power cuts. And can you imagine how people can live in this situation? During the month of June and July, even with power imports from European Union, the estimated supply-demand gap ranged from 0.8 to 2.3 gigawatt. And I wrote here that the latter equivalent to Slovenia's peak demand. So it's very big for Ukraine. This led to the rolling blackouts across the country. So many households and businesses have bought small-scale diesel generators. And figure 7 illustrated number of electricity cuts of customers due to hostilities. And figure 8, you can see here small-scale diesel generators, which we used when we have no electricity. And Moldova has strong energy ties with Ukraine, and the war has significantly impacted its energy security too. Since October 2022, Moldova has been trying to find new power sources after Russian missile strikes in Ukraine damages the substation that supplied nearly third of its electricity imports. However, Moldova still relies on Russia. It's about 2/3 of its electricity comes from a power plant in Russian-backed Transnistria region. So in the short term, Moldova's winter preparedness plan includes diesel generators too, like in Ukraine. So what key risk for Ukraine's energy security? You can see two key risks for Ukraine energy security. First of all, a growing electricity deficit due to much higher winter demand. Peak demand is expected to increase to 18.5 gigawatt this winter, from around 12 gigawatt in the summer. The deficit of electricity supply could reach as much as 6 gigawatt, an amount equivalent to Denmark peak demand. Can you imagine this as its amount Denmark peak demand? So figure 10 illustrated this situation. You can see that deficit in summer was 2.3 gigawatt. And now in winter 2024-2025, we expected deficit near 5.8 gigawatt. And I think that this winter will be very difficult for Ukrainian people. And the second risk is the inability to provide district heating to major cities. Frontline regions are the most vulnerable, with most attacks on heating infrastructure occurring there. And the right key risk, not just for Ukraine or bordering countries, but the key risks for Europeans' energy security. The coming winter and tense regional geopolitics could impact the energy security of other European nations. And main risks include cyber attacks and physical threats to critical energy infrastructure that may be used to supply Ukraine. The second, implications for market balances and prices, and limited backup options. Maybe you know that this winter, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania will disconnect the electricity system from Russia and Belarus on 7 February 2024. And after connection to continental Europe, the energy security will depend on imports from Poland, Sweden, and Finland. So what we can do? The actions that can help to address Ukraine's present energy security vulnerabilities. First of all, bolster the physical and cyber security to Ukraine's energy infrastructure. It's very important as for now. Second, expedite the delivery of equipment and spare parts. Increase the decentralized power supply. Involve customers in energy saving and demand response. Continue investing in energy efficiency. Enhance electricity transmission capacity with the EU. And now we will talk a little more about 5 actions. So, as you know, Ukraine has a number of cross-border power lines between Ukraine and neighboring countries. And table 2, on the table 2, you can see that with Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and Romania, Ukraine has 2 power lines. With Hungary, Ukraine has 4 power lines, and with Moldova, Ukraine has 11 power lines. So what's main grid solution for the short term? First of all, increase the transmission capacity allowed by isthe from 1.7 gigawatt to 2 gigawatt. Use existing lines that are currently unused. Speed up existing and delayed interconnection projects between Ukraine and Slovakia and Ukraine and Romania. Establishing dedicated manufacturing of components and spare parts for the Ukraine grids. And now we can see some measures and results to enhance energy security between bordering countries. First of all, we will talk about Ukraine and Poland. So what we can do as for now. The coal plant Dobrotvirska was destroyed by Russia attacks in May 2024. And the existing line can potentially be used in the other direction to supply Ukraine with more electricity. Increasing the capacity of Khmelnytskaya NPP, nuclear power plant, to Rzeszów transmission line. The construction of the 3 major power transmission lines from Ukraine to Poland. The implementation of memorandum of cooperation between Ukraine and Poland in energy sector, and it was signed in March 28, 2024. And measures and results to enhance energy security between Ukraine and Slovakia. So as you can see, between Ukraine and Slovakia, there are 2 transmission lines. And what we can do here, first of all, the reconstruction and modernization of the electrical interconnector Mukachevo-Velké-Kapuchane, activating cooperation in the field of nuclear energy, developing border areas through the implementation of projects of mutual interest in energy efficiency, decarbonization, and renewable energy. Implementation of the roadmap for joint actions between Ukraine and Slovak Republic. And now we can see between Ukraine and Romania, there are 2 transmission lines. And what we can do here, first of all, the implementation of agreements on the restoration of an interstate overhead power line between the Pivdenno-Ukrainska nuclear power plant and is such a substation. What it gives to us, increasing the transfer capacity of cross-border grids by more than 1 gigawatt. Then we can, the implementation of cross-border cooperation smart energy projects. It's very interesting for Ukraine too. And building additional offshore wind capacity in Romania. It gives the opportunity to exporting some of the excess generation to decongest the system of southern Ukraine Odessa region, which share a border with Romania. And now we will talk about Ukraine and Hungary. So between Ukraine and Hungary, there are 4 transmission lines. And what we can do here? First of all, remove and balancing constraints and increasing the load on the cross-border transmission line. Increasing commercial electricity exchange with Hungary in accordance with European regulation. Reconstruction and updating of transmission lines. And what we can talk now, first of all, for Ukraine, energy security is not just economic or political issue, but a matter of national security, and it's very important. The situation in Ukraine power sector could impact the energy security of other European nations. New goals for energy security include, first of all, monitoring real and potential threats to national energy security, enhance electricity transmission capacity with the EU, expanding the country's energy export potential, and rational internal consumption of energy resource with high energy conversion efficiency. Thank you for your attention.
Questions?
Are there, I'm specifically maybe thinking about the Romania-Ukraine priorities for cooperation. Is there any work being done to identify those smaller technical obstacles and solutions that could help with the proliferation, for example, of local renewable energy communities on a cross-border basis? Is there anyone working on that at the moment? Yeah. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are there any obstacles that people are aware of which are preventing those more localized energy cooperation schemes in rural areas, for example? There are no obstacles. Okay, thanks.
I want to congratulate Irina. We must mention that your university was hit by rockets a few months ago, but you successfully implement European funded project. We're monitoring one of related to the energy between Romania and Ukraine, which was a very good status of cooperation and exchange of experience and best practice, and also that's a good point. Indeed, there are many things to do, but we must recognize how difficult it is to make the research and teach a child in this period of time in Ukraine. I face, because I'm monitoring directly this project from the Romanian side, the alarm and the drone attack also in Ivano-Frankivsk. So good luck and keep on teaching, develop.
Hello, I'm also from Romania, from Maramureș County. We are neighbor with you and twin regions with Ivano-Frankivsk. And we also have cross-border projects on, for example, sustainable transport. But regarding B solutions, I propose the next B solutions to include the external border of the regions from external border of EU to be part of this initiative, of this project, and also other projects to include, because it's not about fair. It's about opportunities and equal opportunities for development for regions situated at the border of EU and the regions, other European regions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. It really teaches us how networking the electric grids is important and the partnership behind all of this, I think. I have a question regarding Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Why did it take so long to disconnect? And, you know, why did it take them basically more than the period of the year of the war to disconnect from Russia? And also, why is it that it's so slow to reconnect, in a way, Ukraine with Poland? And I was thinking in terms of, you know, the history of the European presidencies, the security energy partnerships, like the new agenda, started under, well, is about 6 years old or 7 years old, right? So it started with the Juncker Commission. And basically 7, 8 years later, or we could almost say 10 years later, right? We can see that now we have physical connection happening. But what has happened for 10 years? Why is it that it's been so slow in a way? Especially because the war is now, you know, so old. It started in 2014 and it's been going on. Anyway, just an insight on these two issues. Thank you.
Is not 1 year. Have different transforms and other electric equipment in different was not because the war in Ukraine started. For 1 week or 2 weeks, and then we disconnect. So we just we can just connect and then disconnect. But after war, we did it too. Must understand that connection will be time, not for year. So last year, Estonia, Lithuania is doing better. Now the can disconnect you.
May I raise a follow-up question? Because I can imagine that it is quite technically, it's quite complicated to set it up. But there's also something like procedural negotiations, etc., which makes cross-border networks quite difficult. Do you notice any change in an attitude, especially from the EU perspective, that they are well, that there is more willingness and eagerness to at least cut short the procedural part? The technical part, I can imagine that it is difficult.
There are agreements with European Union and Ukraine in energy sector, energy security, and we work together, as I know.
So in a sense, the war brought one good thing in a sense that there is more speedier procedures going on. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. Thanks to all the speakers. This nice session, nicely separated by a good lunch, so it was good for the second part. Thank you for all the questions and listening. And I would like to pass on to also Martin G. We have Martin G, we have Martina, and we have Martin V. So that's all sometimes somewhat complicated.
Martin K.
Martin G, Martin B, and Martin
Martina M.
Martin M.
Okay, well, welcome to the Martins Club. Well, I think it's very interesting. I would like to take just 1 second because your question was very relevant. All the questions were relevant, but it was very relevant for us. Yeah, we have asked the Commission to include the external borders because this is where we are going to find the real difficulties. The question is that this belongs to Interreg. And then the B-Solutions is financed with the technical assistance of Interreg. And then there are some issues. But we are not talking about an administration. We are talking about politics. And then that's why we are asking the Commission that we should have the external borders, but also we have some particular cases. Ukraine is not exactly an external border because politically, it's a pre-accession country, even if it is not an IPA country. But for the point of, and then, so we can use these solutions for pre-accession countries, for IPA countries, but not for Ukraine. Well, we have made a point on that. And I think we will get, because it's very difficult to say, no, they are not, you know. At the same time, we are also fighting to try to get the UK because how we can exclude the Irish border from these solutions. Yeah, so that's it's a major issue for us, and we are insisting. Yeah. Yeah.
Iceland is connected to the grid.
Yeah.
They have a cable which I discovered like last year.
Yeah.
Which I thought was so interesting because they use it both ways.
The American and the
no, it's electricity. Oh. Yeah, through the sea, right? Yeah. So they're connected to Ireland and they have a cable. Yeah. And it was a huge political issue in Iceland because they were an accession countries, then they backed off, but on that policy they remain connected because energy security is really important to them. And anyway, so just a point to highlight the relevance.
Exactly, and probably they negotiated very well. And then, but in this case, I think we have the duty to defend this right. In any case, in the deep debates in the EU, when we are talking about hydrogen, green hydrogen, etc., the Ukrainian grid for gas is in the plans. The question is that there are other gains because, and this is the last point I would say, there are still major members of the EU that they are still dependent from Russia. And we don't see any sign that they are going to disconnect. And nobody is saying that much.
You mean Germany?
Exactly. You wanted to...
With B-Solutions, yeah, we may not be able to put Ukraine in right now, but what we can do is we can advocate for these kind of obstacles to be taken into account because the Ukraine Assistance Facility is going to have to take account of these sort of technical issues. So that's why I was asking the question, are there any localized procedural obstacles, regulatory things, even as simple as are there different planning requirements on either side of the border for community power installations, that kind of thing, because we can articulate these issues through the Committee of the Regions Alliance for the Reconstruction of Ukraine. So I sit on that on a working level, so does Martin, and we also have our president who sits on the political level. So if there are things like that, we do have the opportunity to actually point out, you know, it's important to get down into the detail of some of the technical enablers. So just please to bear that in mind and keep in touch with us if there's anything that we can do to spread the word about what needs to be understood, because, you know, there's the Ukraine facility and everybody knows that we have to give assistance to Ukraine, but, you know, how will that actually filter down onto the ground? How will that actually benefit communities on the ground in Western Ukraine, in the Odessa region, and so on and so forth? And that's why I was asking those questions. Okay.
Exactly. Well spotted. In any case, yeah, we think that the B-Solutions has been an excellent exercise. So we'll try, of course, with Ukraine. But even we are talking with the African Union in order to propose a kind of B-Solutions for the African borders. Why not? And we are doing the same proposal in Latin America because we have clear evidences that when you apply these B-Solutions projects and we manage to solve the issue, which is not that easy, then there are there is completely a change in cooperation and in the relationship across borders. So it's something that we have to capitalize more. Thanks a lot. Well, it was important for us to close this in this way. Now, this is the last but not least session. There will be very soon, the organizers will start to tell us about the time, etc. But let's skip until the moment arrives, because we have two very good presentations. We have a keynote and a presentation. The keynote will be by Professor Jussi Laine, who is a very good friend from us, well-known professor in Joensuu. He's coming actually from one of those borders that we're cooperating a lot with the neighbors in the other side, and now the situation has changed. And afterwards, please prepare Professor Maciej Molak. We also tell us something very specific, very interesting for us, because he has made a very interesting research on the cross-border collaboration of fire brigades. And actually, this goes to the heart to some of our priorities. So we are really happy to have you both here. Jussi, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Martin, thanks so much. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for the organizers. And I must apologize, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. So if I faint or if I lose my voice, apologies beforehand. But let's try to get through this. So I come from one of those external European border regions in the very eastern part of Finland, facing the Russian Federation. And I'm trying to tell you a little bit about what's going on there, and maybe draw a little bit broader conclusions as well. From the picture, you see quite evidently what is happening at the actual border. We are fencing it. Not for the entire duration of the border, but quite a bit. And to me, it's a rather symbolic gesture more than anything else. It will hardly stop the Russian tank coming over, but it certainly tells that those last 30 years where we tried to build security through cooperation and trust are now over for sure. Next one, please. I have to show a couple of slides because that's how the academia works. This is our current project called Eurasian Border Lab, and especially if you have students, I would encourage you to follow it. We are organizing a number of activities for students and young scholars, but that's enough of that. Next one that I also need to mention, now that we are here in Sweden, I'm working with together with Professor Bo Pettersson from Malmö University on a NATO-funded project on resilience as a deterrent strategy towards a comprehensive security panorama. We kickstarted this 2 weeks ago in Joensuu, Finland, where Todd, for example, was visiting. But that's enough for the formalities. Let's go to the actual topic. And I try to explain the context as I say it. And this is as it seems at the external border of the European Union. I trust that here between Sweden and Norway, things are much better than what they are where I come from. But I come very much from the border studies perspective on this, and try to understand why our borderless world has become increasingly bordered in this current context, that we have gone through a number of crises, whether it was, at least in this continent, let's take the last 3 ones, the so-called refugee crisis, which was a terrible name for the situation that happened. Then the COVID pandemic, and now we are facing this absurd war in Russia and Ukraine. And what has been the first solution offered to all of this was to close the borders, right? And I'm always starting to wonder why we are doing that. In the first case, it didn't really work. In the second case, I mean, not really my expertise, but I trust that viruses don't really respect the borders. I understand that if my good friend Emmanuel here has a COVID, maybe I'll take another step this direction, that I understand. But when the nationalism was brought into this picture, it became very complicated. For example, in the point where the situation in Finland was a lot worse than in Sweden, we closed the border towards Sweden, saying that, those bloody Swedes, they are bringing the virus to Finland. And, capitalizing on certain stereotypical historical narratives, maybe. But it went through in the Finnish crowd like this, like, yes, we can't trust those Swedes because they have the virus. situation in Finland was worse, a lot worse at that moment, and nobody really challenged that. So to me, that is a sign of the more psychological role that borders play. They bring certain order in this chaos that we are living in. We quite often understand that they don't really work, but it's the same fact that, you know, we fence our backyard so that the kids from the neighbors will not kick their ball in our yard. We fence it. We are doing the same with our countries right now. What we see, at least at the external border, I don't follow the Swedish politics that much, but this security narrative has become very hegemonic in both in politics and in public debate, and this quite strong, I would say, fear oriented narratives are really used to persuade people to support these security related narratives. In Finland, we are capitalizing heavily on the images from the Winter War, that the Russian tank is coming over and we need to protect ourselves. We had a long debate 2 years ago that do we need a fence at the Finnish-Russian border when the Polish started to build it. You know, when Belarus was pushing some people over to Poland and Lithuania, and the leading politicians in Finland were saying like, no, we can handle this in a better way. You know, we have a pragmatic approach. You know, one of the leading politicians said that fence is not even in the Finnish vocabulary. We were ridiculing Mr. Trump for his wall. We're never ever going to do that. You know, we are Finns, and you know, we don't do that to kind of populist politics. Then the war started, right? And the fence was pushed through like that. And if you put these two ideas together, right, it doesn't really make sense. If we are really building the fence because of the war in Russia, if we are really considering that Russia is a concrete military threat to Finland, which might be, but I think there are better ways of preparing for that than fencing the border. But then again, I said that in a national TV, that, you know, maybe we should think about it. Maybe the Russian tank will not come there and whoops, there's a fence. You know, let's back up. And the amount of critical response up to death threats was ridiculous, absolutely absurd. That, you know, if you don't think that Russia is a threat, you should move there yourself. And like, I'm not sure that was my argument. Anyways, okay, what else? We are slide number 1, by the way. But really what I see now is that all these rhetorics that we demand borders and borders is quite telling of the various insecurities that we are feeling. And many of them are a lot more ontological than military. Let's go forward. So border and security. One of the interviews that I gave to one of your fine newspapers was really please don't laugh. Let me start with the anecdote in the sense that what you see here in the picture, and that's the fence. Now they put the barbed wire on top of that, which makes it a little bit more serious. But that's the same ledgy element that you can buy from Bauhaus in Karlstad. It's around 28 euro per meter. Right, and if we are spending 400 million euro to fence the border, let's then build a decent fence at least. I mean, that's the plan that they had, and to me it looks different. And if I don't want to push it too much because somebody is not going to like it, but just to point out that I don't know how it's in Sweden, but in Finland that kind of fence you can find everywhere. For example, around the football field where my kids play football, it's exactly the same fence, right? And I drive my kids to the field, and the parking lot is on this side, and here's the field, fenced field, and the door is on this side. What do the kids do when I drop them on here? Do they run around and use the gate? They climb over the fence. If my kids can do it, okay, let's not go further from that. But my idea here is the point number 4, really, that I think with this fencing and bordering, we are creating a very false sense of security, in the sense that a fence has been built, somebody has done something with the perceived problem, and we are safe. And to me, that's a challenge. because the actual problem has not gone anywhere. We just think that we are safe now, and we are less prepared for that. And I think we need to do quite a bit more. I understand from the border management perspective, I understand the fencing. It will certainly make their life easier at the border. Next one, please. So here, I took this. This is from a website called This is Finland. I don't know if you have a website like that in Sweden, but we have a website who tries to claim you that Finland is the best country in the world. Happiest and the best. I think every country has a website like that. Yeah. And for a long time they used this. It's imaginary, really, to say that, you know, we have pragmatic relations. We have a tradition. Like, we know how to deal with Russia, even though we don't see eye to eye. For the last 30 years, we didn't really agree on many things, but the collaboration was actually pretty good. Pretty good, right? Very pragmatic, and great things were done. I mean, and really, I believed in that fully 10 years ago. It was going really, really well. And that's created the sense of security. In the sense that we created it together, the kind of Helsinki Principle 75 type of thing. And, you know, we can handle it differently, and we don't need that kind of stupid things that the US and Mexico is doing. But next one, please. This is what we have now. Probably saw images like this in the media last summer, last winter. So instead of just fencing it, we have now closed the whole border since the last day of November last year, and by our constitution, this is also only possible for a very short period of time when there's an acute threat. And I fully understand that. If there is an acute threat, let's close the border. I get that. Now it has been closed for a year, and there's nobody at the border. So we need to think about, are the pros or cons of the closure now more important? I understand, again, the symbolic move. There's a war going on. We need to show that, you know, we are able to make drastic decisions. But then again, we are people, for example, mixed families living in this area. I have Russian students on my class whose parents are living on the other side, and they haven't seen each other in a year, and issues like this. And you know, we have to consider the rights and duties of those as well. To the extent that, like the gentleman was talking about earlier today, that if with such a small pressure, Russia was able to force the Finnish government basically to deviate from its own constitution by closing the border, right? That's what it's doing. We don't abide by our own constitution at the moment. Could that be one of the actual goals that Russia wanted to actually accomplish? Are we stronger or weaker now? Yes, we closed the border. We are fencing it, but we are also breaking our own laws and norms. And that has been something that Finland has been proud of. You know, that, you know, we play by the book. Unlike the many other countries, we are always that rule-based order. We follow the rules. We have an agreement, we follow it. And now we are not doing it ourselves. So my challenge again is that, what is this telling of in the future? Who is going to believe us after this? Again, say that in Finland, and you are not very famous. Next one. Imaginaries has changed quite a bit. This is what we saw last winter at the border. I don't know if you were following it, but the Russian state authorities were pushing, actually concretely pushing, people across the border to Finland. In some cases, to an extent that, you know, our border is not like the Swedish-Norwegian border. We have a bit of a no man's land in between the two border crossing points. So some of these poor migrants were actually pushed out of Russia to the no man's land in winter conditions like this. It gets cold up there, and the gates were closed behind them. So they are not really in Russia, but they are not in Finland either. And that's a tricky situation from the Finnish perspective. Like, what are we going to do? Certainly, we have a right to close our own borders. We have absolute right to do that. But to one extent, to how long we are actually letting people hang out in minus 35 degrees in there, basically waiting for them to die in the worst case. So that was quite strong pressure. Next one, please. So I tried to put a couple of pictures to depict the change really, and again the picture on the left lower corner is from the same website. This is Finland, that for long had this beautiful article that the border that once divided, referring to the Cold War era, now actually unites. And that was the rhetoric that we were really capitalizing on for the last 30 years. That the border was not something threatening or disturbance, but it was actually a resource, and it really was for the eastern part of the country. But those times are gone. Next one, please. Can you click one more time? This is no. There's one picture missing. Okay, that's okay. This is what happens when you use Mac and transfer it to a PC. There's one picture missing where it's blank now, but you can see here, this is one of the local landowners, an aerial photo. The white line is the border, and they're going to build the fence 25 meters inland from that. And what you see, you probably see the roof of his house in there. So the fence is going to be 1.5 meters from his house. And I visited there already. The whole forest is full of cameras. And the smaller building is his sauna. And his concern was, who's watching me? And like, I didn't consider that. But that was his concern. That now the border guard is watching who's going to his sauna and what they are wearing, if anything. But also imagine what is happening to the property values for this. I mean, they are not great to begin with. Let's say that, but it's not really helping. So what's happening? Let's move on and let's actually go to the next one, because I'm talking too much. So one more. There should be a graph. Keep clicking. And if you go all the way to 2013 and then pause, this is teamwork. There, one back. Nobody saw that. So, I mean, it's a poor indicator, but it tells you something, right? This is a simple graph of the number of border crossings at the Finnish-Russian border. So, when the Soviet Union collapsed, until that point, the border had been pretty much closed for a long time, right? Really difficult to cross. Not as difficult today, but really difficult to cross. And it started to open. And this is quite telling of the how much the relations were improved. In the sense, a lot of work was done. Martin would know, many of the regional councils in Eastern Europe, Eastern Finland did a lot of work for that. And for various reasons, financial being one. But be it as it may, the idea was, and the rhetoric that was used at the time, that we need to make this border a European one. European was used as an adjective to mean that a border that didn't really bother everyday life, right? That's what they wanted to do, and it went pretty well until 2013. And at that point, 2013, right before the things went sour in Crimea, which really changed things, a lot of projections were made that, you know, in 5 years we are going to have 20 million border crossings, right? Huge investments were made in the eastern part of the country, these big shopping villages. For whom? Not for the Finnish working class people for sure, but the wealthy people coming from St. Pete and Moscow and spending thousands and thousands of euro. Huge investments. And if you now start clicking to the other direction, so the estimation is going up and the actual number is going down due to the events in Crimea. This big drop, nothing to do with politics, what happened in 2020, this is COVID pandemic, right? But at this time, the difference between the projection and the actual was quite drastic, right? Then there, of course, when in February 2022, COVID disappeared exactly on the same day when the war started. We started completely didn't exist. COVID after that, the war became the issue. But actually the border crossing started to go up at that moment. because the COVID restrictions were lifted. And those mixed families had a need to cross the border. Now it's completely closed. Moving on. But there are other types of border, and I added this on the last minute. And Martin, let me know when I'm done because I have so many slides I will never get to the end. But okay, but borders work in an interesting way. This is a good example of that. You can see that. You probably know, I hope, where Helsinki is, but I'm sure you don't know where my university is. It's the city of Joensuu that you see on the eastern part of the country. And quite often it happens, this is the flight plan of the plane. Quite often they can't land in Joensuu due to the GPS interference coming from the Russian side. So the actual border matters here a little bit different. This is a threat perception that is kind of difficult to fence away. Next one, please. And actually, let's take one more because I have 4 minutes. This would be a new flight path of the Finnair flight from Helsinki to Tokyo. So the piece is certainly more gas friendly option. So these are border issues in my mind as well. It used to be 9 hours and 30 minutes. Now it's 14 hours. It's an interesting flight, but it's a long one. Next one, please. But really, and maybe I talk about this a little bit more because this is I believe the topic of the actual event that we are dealing with here. I think I need to thank Todd for this because he made the idea to move from border security to more resilient border and borderlands. And I think that's very important here because I've stated a number of times that border security in itself is quite useless. Border security, if it doesn't make our societies and people feel more safe, right? I don't care if the border is secure or not. What I think about is the security of the people who live in our societies, right? And those are not the same thing. Now that we have spent hundreds of millions on fencing the border, I don't feel any more safe. Definitely not. Less safe. Our society has become increasingly internally torn and divided. Really, major attacks within the society. I was going to ask the gentleman who was talking here when he said that his institution doesn't focus on the domestic issues. I think in today's climate, it has become increasingly difficult to differentiate what is domestic and what is international. Our conventional security vocabulary is very much based on these modernistic distinctions like inside, outside, European, not European, who belong, who doesn't. And these are key points in bordering. But the security perceptions and the threats, they don't work in those ways anymore. And many of the threats that our societies are facing with, many of the combination of international and intermestic, you could say, has become increasingly more difficult to differentiate. And many of them would need us to approach a very broad and holistic spectrum of actions in order to prepare for them and seek for resilience. To me, this kind of end of the pipe solutions like fencing, it's almost medieval concept. And many of these so-called wicked problems, as I put here, certainly don't apply with this very Cartesian understanding of space. So it's really important that we think about how we are going to not just prepare for this, but how are we going to come out stronger from these changes? And maybe the selling point here, okay, no, I'm going to close with this one. I don't want to open the next one. It's really that we quite often think about borderlands and as something very marginal or fragile or peripheral or something. But I would argue that borderlands are actually more attuned with many of these abrupt changes and have a lot more experience on dealing with disturbance, right? To me, borderlands are a lot more resilient than the respective national societies by default, usually. And I think that's important for this conference or event here and the work that you do to take ownership of the borderland and the various actors who are there. Because to me, borderlands are really, you would say, laboratories of broader change, right? In many of the issues that we see on borderlands, they are not border problems. They will not be solved by problems, but they often, we can see them earlier and usually in a sharper relief in borders than in the rest of society. And if we start to understand what is happening in the borders, the rest of the society will have a lot more time to prepare for them. I'm going to close here. I think I have 10 slides left, so I'm going to end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Cool. I have to say that I would stay a couple of more hours listening to you. So, but the same happens with all the rest of the speakers. So I don't know who said that this morning, that Martin was, that we have to make probably the cross-border school a bit longer. I don't know if we need 3 days, but I think next year probably we will have the cross-border school from the morning to more or less early evening. Because especially if we are going to tackle these issues, we are entering delicate moments. Yes. And so but we have very good experts to help us understand, or at least to confirm what we were guessing. So thank you very much. I have taken, there is especially this narrative. We used to, it would be interesting to check in the European papers, even made by the political institutions, how many times 20 years ago we were talking about we the Europeans, and considering Europe bigger than the member states. Right. And now how many times we are saying this, or ours and theirs, we and the others and the others. And the narrative is changing, and probably is changing also some mentalities. So we have to react because we are people for cooperation. So that's why, even in these circumstances, we have experts who are studying how to better cooperate, even towards crisis, toward emergencies or catastrophes. This is going to the heart of what we want to develop in the next 2 days. So that's why Professor Dr. Maciej Molak is going to make 2 presentations. One is today and another one in 2 days. In 2 days, we are going to talk to politicians. So we have talked about what you have to say and what you shouldn't. But here today, you have the experts, the scholars, fellows. So I think they will be interested in your methodology, whatever, but the floor is yours. The only point is, that we have limited time.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you for this school. I will be continue the idea of the previous presentation because borderland is a great opportunity to testing the robust of public policy. And I have one example about the great practice of the cross-border cooperation of the fire protection. I will try to show you the possibilities how to cooperate and our methodology, how to build the real cooperation between the risk and crisis management in the cross-border cooperation. Hypothesis was that cross-border borderland are peripheral in relation to the inland regions, do not have a 360 degrees territorial perspective, and the location can have a negative effect to availability, scope, and quality of the public services which are providing in the region. I based on the definition of cross-border public service, which was developed by Evestam, and we have 3 good reasons why we research the cross-border public services and develop it as a tool for governance. The first one is a great tool for fulfill the gaps in the national service. The second one is develop the challenges or the changes in the region to be a booster of the regional development. And the third one is economy of scale to make public services less costly. with this idea, we develop our methodology. We have 11 characteristics of cross-border public services from ESPON study. You can find it on internet. Okay, and the jump to the practice. Czech Republic has 4 neighbor countries: Poland, Germany, Slovakia, Austria. Germany is divided to Saxony and Bavarian region. And you can follow the data from 2015, 2023 about the deployment across the border, the units from the neighboring country and against to Czech fire brigades to the neighboring country to the other side. Can you see that the more intensive cooperation is between Czech and Poland? And this is the reason why my dissertation and research focus on this border. We researched the different borderlands too, and of course I can able to share with you the obstacles which make this cooperation not effectiveness. Firstly, a few words about the title of my research. It's about the fire protection, but it's not really true, because when you follow the structure of interventions, the fires are only 16% of all deployments of fire brigades today. It's really a prolonged hand of the risk and crisis management in the region, because the more than 50% of all deployments are about the technical and technological intervention, which are connected with the climate change, for example, like strong wind, floods, and difference. And the fire is really not the crucial point of the fire brigade's works. But when we research the cross-border cooperation, this situation is a little bit different. The 44% of all cross-border deployments is about the fires. That means it's the first idea for cooperation to solve the fires, and the second one is car accidents in the region. For example, technological intervention are not crucial for the cross-border cooperation now. We based our methodology based on the multi-level governance approach. The crisis management is really robust system with a lot of stakeholders, public sector, self-government, government, Ministry of Interior, municipality, and the private sector, non-profit, and commerce. Of course, this is a huge complication because it's not the hierarchical approach, no vertical approach, and we need to cooperate on the national level in few polycentric places. And we try to develop the cross-border cooperation with the mirror on the second, on the other side of the border, and cooperate across the border on really few centers which need to communicate and exchange the information and cooperate. But I think it's a great example of multi-level governance, because show us that it's possible to cooperate non-hierarchical, polycentric model for cross-border cooperation and public services. We based on the Joachim Beck graph with functional level of cross-border cooperation, and of course for example for Czech Bavarian cooperation, the cooperation within the risk management is on coordination strategy planning, but our case on the Czech-Poland border is in an implementer. You can see that it's really halfway when the Czech side tried to develop the cross-border cooperation with the Austria and German partners, but it's still in the middle of the possibilities. Okay, I jumped the request questions about the condition and the factor which influence the effectiveness of cross-border cooperation, and applying this methodology as a unified methodology for following the effectiveness of cross-border cooperation. What is important is the definition of effectiveness. which is not only about the cost effectiveness, but it's about the operational management, about the time to travel to the place of emergency, the effectiveness of the institutional forms of cooperation, and about the increase in utility. That means if develop of the quality of the public services. In case of the fire brigades, it's differences between the professional fire brigade and voluntary fire brigade, which is established by municipality and is more for the basic fire protection providing. We have the 4 aspects: territorial, institutional, operational, and financial aspect of this model. Firstly, we try to find all potential conditions and obstacles which can influence the effectiveness of this cooperation. There is a few really important things which are important for practice and territorial approach to this cooperation. The first one is permeability of the border and the obstacles of topography, infrastructure, settlement structure. I'll show you some maps to find the to show you these obstacles in concrete case. We have the cultural and language factors. It's a really huge obstacle on the Czech-German border when the communication must be lead in English. And of course, the effectiveness cooperation is about some kind of the routine in the positive meaning that you can quick and easy help. And of course, the language barrier can be really a huge obstacle. In case of Czech-Polish cooperation, isn't. The second one is a human resource and the coordination of compatibility of the information exchange, this information and digitalization of this process. We still use, for example, fax for the communicate on the other side, crazy one in this time. For example, they don't use in GPS information, still not is usual. And of course, we have the institutional things. We're testing what is better for cooperation, that quasi-institutional cooperation, like agreement, bilateral agreement, or to create some concrete institutional for it. I'll show you the results. And financials about the money. Okay, data collecting, briefly, it was about analyzing the more than 6,000 interventions. 1.5% of them was cross-border, and we compared the national approach and cross-border approach. We're testing it on the one district, borderland, Jeseník district, in a mountain district. The reason is that it's a great example where occur cumulatively obstacles like geographical, territorial, institutional, great territory. I show you that this bold pink line is a state border. These thin are the borders between the regions on the Czech side and the Polish side. Red points are the location of the professional fire brigades, fire rescue units. And you can follow the map. The darker color is time up to 15 minutes, and it's 30 minutes. This is the optimal map cover of the deployment of these professional units. And you can see that from this city, the service on the Czech side is pretty huge. But on the other side, it's a Czech units are faster on the Polish side than the Polish one. And this is the optimal model. And we're testing that it's really using for the real life, everyday life. And that means it's a first exercise which we do when you're thinking about the fire protection or risk management, to find the cover and the time of the reaction, because the time is one of the crucial point of effectiveness of this risk management. And there is our This is our region, which we're testing. And you can see that the professional station is here. It's a little bit far down here. Polish units far faster there. Okay. This is the optimal theoretical model based on the GIS maps in real assessment of the infrastructure across point, everything what can influence the deployment of the fire truck which travel across the border. Okay, and the results. Firstly, we're dividing the intervention for this really urgent fires and car accidents. Time is crucial point for our service. And you can see here is the city where is the professional unit. And you can follow the first map, fire and accidents, which are provided by the professional unit. For this 3 municipality, this professional unit have never been the first on the place of emergency. It's pretty crazy because this dark is more than 20 minutes traveling. These 3 municipalities out of the professional service in general. Opposite situation, how it works in a voluntary brigade, really basic, not able to help you with the more complicated car accident, against huge city or the capital of the region, 12,000 inhabitants, only serviced by the professional unit. The rest of the region is in the first line serviced by the voluntary units. When you compare it, okay, we have a gap. Professional service in a borderland is much, much worse than in the region capital. Okay, jump to the institutional approach. When we follow the volunteer firefighters, which are obligatory established in every municipality, we can compare again. This is the share of intervention. The dark blue is more than 35% of intervention is covered by the voluntary. And there is a opposite, the professional share of intervention. Again, we see that it's concentrated around the professional unit. Again, the same gap is confirmed. Okay, but we have a gap and we try to compare 2 models of cooperation. One is in national level, inter-municipality cooperation between national level and cross-border. And okay, if the professional unit is far, we cooperate together their inland approach, but we can see that the cross-border cooperation is cover some things which is kind of alternative for the intermunicipal cooperation and professional national system. This is great, fulfill the gap in national system. If we compare the share of intervention and the time of intervention to travel to the place of emergency. Okay, we asked the locals, local politicians and stakeholders about this cooperation and the motivation for it. And the results are a little bit surprising. Because of course we prepare some concrete possibilities of answers, and we still open the possibility to write the answers by them. And firstly, you can see the motivation for cooperation on inter-municipal level, cooperation, national one, and cross-border one. Okay, first finding is that there is no financial aspect as the main motivation for increased cooperation between the fire brigades. The money isn't the main problem. But we can follow that the problem could be the high level of specialization. That means there is a lack of the professional help. Okay, it's confirmed from our data. And on the national level, they need support in intervention with the longer duration, like floods, forest fires, and this kind of the small disaster in the region. But for the cross-border cooperation, again, we need a higher specialization and short arrival time. And this effectiveness is not really about the finance, but to cover the place on the gaps in a map to fulfill the professional cooperation. What was surprised that in the open part of our questionnaire, the really popular answer was that we don't know the rules for cooperation, or we don't know, we don't want to cooperate because our fire brigade is the best. It's kind of the traditional value from the local identity. And this was the political willingness, which was surprising because not lead to optimize the system of the cooperation to secure the fire protection. Okay, financial aspect is easy. When you compare in some linear model, the cost of providing the fire protection, you can see the huge jump. The cost in crowns is about 20 euros per inhabitants in a really small municipality up to 400 inhabitants. And the cost 5 times lower in a huge municipality. This is a huge gap. If you can compare the total share of running expense in a total budget of municipality, is a huge, it's a 4 times more. That means it's a typical example of economy of scale to solve the fire protection. Okay, the summarize of funding and conclusion. The location, the geographical location is not important. It's important the location of professional fire rescue unit. That means in the case that the unit is located close to the borderland is not like a peripheral in this context. Important is digitalization of the process. We can really reach the optimal version of our cooperation if we digitalize this deployment of the unit from the other side of border. Our map show us this and this part works, but this and this is still like a huge potential, but the current operational process is too long to save a time to deployment the unit from the other side of border. It's about 5 till 10 minutes. This 10 minutes changing really territory up to 50% than today's real cooperation. We create common some maps with obstacle. Green one is no obstacle in crossing the border, but the brown and blue is a kind of the river, mountains, no roads, no infrastructure. And I think it's really important to thinking about the cross-border cooperation in this way. And if first exercise is thinking about the real permeability of the border in general. Yesterday, I discussed with the headquarters of fire brigades in Prague, and we confirmed that for Czech Republic, there is no legal obstacle for cooperation. It's only about the procedures and solve the human resources, equipment, and operational thing. Thanks a lot.
It's about money also, probably. Yeah, to pay the. Anyway, I think that the very interesting presentation. I think very promising because the conclusions are not a surprise, but it's confirming what we already knew, that sometimes, very often, cross-border cooperation is much cheaper than no cooperation. And this is valid for everything. We have cross-border hospitals in places that otherwise there will be no hospital at all. We have probably, more quicker intervention procedures thanks to cross-border cooperation. So where are the arguments against cross-border cooperation? Why do they want to stop European territorial cooperation? What does that mean? That we don't want cohesion? I think that this is part of the debate, and we are in the center of the debate. So exactly. So thank you very much for your contributions, because we used to lobby for cross-border cooperation with arguments which were common sense, but now we are even back by the results of research, and I think this is very powerful. So thank you very much. Looking forward to listen to you on Friday, and thank you very much for everybody. I don't think if we have questions, of course, those coming to Trysil, you will have 3.5 hours to share with those coming, so you can make all type of questions. We will make a group going to siesta in the back, and then those who want to keep the workshop, they can be in the front of the bus. But in any case, we are in contact each other. I have also plenty of questions for Todd that probably I will send him an email in a couple of weeks asking for this and that. I would love to keep on talking to Emmanuel for a couple of weeks, but we meet here for 1-2 days, and thanks that we can do it. But we will find a way. And I hope you have the same feelings. So anyway, if we have some time for coffee now, you can still make some comments with the colleagues. If you have remarks in general or in particular aspects or in the way we organize this, please get in contact with us whenever, send us. And you have a remark?
Yes, one point, I would like to take a group picture of all of you before you rush off. And 2, we will also make sure we get everybody who wants to join the bus to go on the bus to make themselves known, so we don't miss anybody who needs to go to Trysil.
That direction. Okay. There are. Okay. Okay. Yeah. One word for Emmanuel.
So all of you who spoke this morning, I just want to say to all of you who spoke this morning that we're planning to publish in big review. So it's open access. Last year we had 18,000 downloads from the review. Short papers, 6,000 words, including, so it doesn't have to be very academic, but more policy driven, right? Short papers that would basically present the problem, how it's resolved, and maybe even policy recommendation for states out of the work that you did. If you're interested, please let us know. There are obviously people who are, but the idea is to publish next fall. So we just have about 12 months to get the papers, get them reviewed, and then publish them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think it's important also to keep record of what we are doing and to publish. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And sorry for these hurries. See you next year.